Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk for a Monday. It is August 7th, and we are excited because it's the first day of class for so many school districts all across the Mid-South. But here's the thing. Just because it's the first day of class doesn't mean that the weather's going to cooperate. It's going to be very bumpy over the next several days. We got meteorologist Patrick Ellis joining us now to talk about a forecast that this morning, I got to admit, when I came in today, a lot of humidity, the heat over 80 degrees. But later today, we're going to be dealing with all kinds of perhaps showers and storms in the area, right?
Yeah, at least for a part of the day, Andrew, we're going to have some opportunities for some showers and storms, and we're already starting to see a few of those making their way towards the back doorstep of the Action News 5 coverage area here this morning. I have a severe thunderstorm warning that's currently in effect for Jackson County, and I would say that for our friends who are in Weiner, it's probably about 20 minutes away from you right now, and of course the general track will take it across Poinsett County. It has had some signs of large hail, but also frequent lightning to go along with it and some gusty wind potential. The general track will take it across I-555 by the time we get closer to about 8 o'clock in the morning and across the I-55 corridor as we get closer to about 8:15. This is the setup. We've got a frontal boundary stalled out right across the Mid-South here this morning, and on the backside of it, we're getting some thunderstorms that have flared up basically from north central portions of Oklahoma through western areas of Arkansas, and we're starting to see some of these stronger storms beginning to get a little bit closer to us. So there is a risk that we could have some stronger storms here for at least a period of time here this morning. We're quiet now, but give it a couple of hours, and while we are starting off with some sunshine, not feeling terribly bad, yeah, it's warm, it's muggy outside, we will have a risk for some rain and storms to return into the forecast as we head through the middle and latter portion of the morning into the early afternoon hour. So something to be cognizant of on this first day of school. I think that we can get through the morning commute okay, with the exception of maybe Poinsett and Cross counties. Obviously, you've got a storm that's on your back doorstep here this morning. In Memphis and Shelby County, where we're getting the students back into classes for the first time today, I think we're able to get through that morning commute with no problems. The afternoon looks to be quiet as well. We'll get most of the shower and storm opportunities out of here by lunchtime, 1 o'clock, and then we'll try to rebound the temperatures back up through the middle to a few upper 80s before it's all said and done. Lots of moisture sitting in the atmosphere, as Andrew was mentioning a second ago. It is very muggy, and it has been very muggy over the last few days. There's a little node of drier air that's sneaking into the area briefly as a front works its way down towards the south, but that front gets lodged just to the south of the Mid-South. And look at the moisture pool that gets going south of Little Rock into north central Mississippi, northern portions of Louisiana going into tomorrow. This is going to be a heavy rain bout for parts of the state of Mississippi tomorrow, and could actually clip our southernmost communities here in the Mid-South during the day. Then guess what? The moisture comes rolling back in here for Wednesday. A very muggy air mass, and of course an unstable air mass to come along with it. That may feature some strong wind potential heading into Wednesday, and a couple of different waves of storms that will move through the area. First wave of storms that we get here in the short term will come through here today, again along that frontal boundary, dropping down to the south. The front works its way into North Mississippi. Heavy rain potential moving in from Oklahoma through southern Arkansas into north central Mississippi. And again, we might be right on the edge of that rain potential going into your Tuesday. Farther to the north, quieter weather expected with a mixture of more clouds than sun. And guess what? Here comes the next wave. You get one system to pull away, and the next one develops just behind it, and we may have several waves of storms. I think we get out the door okay on Wednesday, but Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday evening, Wednesday night into early Thursday could be an active period of time before that system pulls away from us. And guess what? There's likely another system that will reload back out to the west. And guess what? That keeps us unsettled heading into the end of the week. A little closer in. Let's go hour by hour for today. And again, we're already starting to see some of those showers and storms approaching the western sections of the Action News 5 coverage area here this morning. That will begin to shift eastward. By lunchtime, we get most of the showers out of the metro area. A few gusty storms cannot be ruled out here today. And then by 3, 4 o'clock, we're in improving states for the afternoon ride home. So good news there. Partly sunny skies. We'll turn back towards sunshine this afternoon with highs in the 80s. Tonight should be a quiet one, except for North Mississippi. Could get active for the start of your Tuesday in North Mississippi. Yet again, that pool of moisture near that frontal boundary gets active to start off Tuesday morning. It won't be an all-day situation. By lunchtime, you're in improving state as well. There might be a rogue sprinkle or shower moving across the other sections of the Mid-South, including here in the metro area for your Tuesday, amid variably to mostly cloudy skies. Try to get some sunshine back in here by Tuesday afternoon. Then Wednesday, here comes our warm front working its way across the area. Wednesday morning starts off quiet. Wednesday afternoon, not so quiet as that system gets a little bit closer to us. First wave of storms late morning, early afternoon. Second wave of storms late afternoon, early evening. Next wave of storms comes through here during the overnight period of Wednesday into early Thursday. All the while, you might have a couple of waves of storms, and not only that, a couple of waves of strong storms as well, as the SPC is already outlining most of the Action News 5 coverage area underneath a slight risk, level 2 out of 5 risk. I would not be surprised. At least parts of the area may go underneath a level 3 risk for Wednesday. We'll see how that plays out. High wind and hail, the primary issue, heavy rainfall to go along with it as well. Here's a look at the 7-day. Highs in the 80s today, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday. It depends on how and when the rain chances ultimately affect you. We'll get the rain opportunities to increase, but I do believe that we do get a chance for rain and storms to increase here for a couple of hours here as we head through the middle and latter portion of this morning into the early afternoon hours. Quiet it down for the afternoon commute. We're good for most of the day on Tuesday outside of the rain and storm chances in North Mississippi early on Tuesday. We'll get another wave of showers and thunderstorms to make its way across the Mid-South heading into your Wednesday. Several waves actually between Wednesday and Wednesday night. Get a rain chance early Thursday before clearing out, and then we'll go with the variably cloudy skies back to the low 90s and another wave of scattered storms early next week into the weekend. And I tell you, Andrew, it's going to be one of those situations that while it won't rain every day in every location, when we do get those opportunities for rain and storms, including today, isolated strong storm potential here, I think more of a higher chance for stronger storms coming in on Wednesday evening, Wednesday night, and then an isolated gusty storm or two going into Saturday. Notice the highs, though, not upper 90s. We'll take that, but it's still going to be plenty muggy with overnight lows in the middle to upper 70s.
So, Patrick, it sounds like there's just kind of a trade-off here. We're not going to get the triple-digit heat, but we could have chance for some severe storms later this week. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, in an isolated strong storm here today. Obviously, we're tracking one storm that's on the back doorstep of the Action News 5 coverage area here this morning. I think we do get a wave of scattered downpours to contend with here between about, I'd say, 9 o'clock this morning through about 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon. And then we get a couple storms here tomorrow morning. I don't think those are necessarily severe tomorrow morning, but there could be some gusty storms in North Mississippi. I think the higher potential is going to be Wednesday, though, with the possibly 3 waves of storms that we get on Wednesday. So that's something else that we'll have to just kind of keep an eye on, keep it up to date. Of course, one way to do that is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app.
Okay, meteorologist Patrick Ellis giving us the deep dive on the forecast for the next 7 days. Patrick, thank you so much.
No problem.
All right, now let's go to another piece of breaking news that we've been following all morning long. Here's the scene in Fayette County. This is a tractor trailer that you can see has overturned. It happened about 3:15 this morning. This is State Route 59, close to 195 North. This is in Fayette County, as I mentioned. And there is fuel leaking from that tractor trailer. So crews have been on the scene for several hours now trying to clean up this area. You can see that the traffic is blocked off and actually being rerouted to some alternative routes. But this area is expected to be shut down for several hours. Gotcha. All right, so right now we'll continue to monitor this in the Action News 5 digital desk, but I also want to go to Action News 5 Cindy Hawkins because she is right now live outside Cordova Middle School, and that is the superintendent for Memphis Shelby County Schools, Tony Williams. Let's listen in for a little bit.
Students can go to college tours, right? Our younger students can have opportunities to visit the Civil Rights Museum along with Graceland. Some of the things that if you live in Memphis, you just should have that exposure for. And so also zoo trips. So there's a lot of excitement for our younger along with our older students as well, our high school students.
That's awesome. Do you know what colleges you're partnering with at this point?
Really just the local colleges. Okay. And so we're hoping to invest more for out-of-town colleges as well.
Staying on the topic of investments, you also also touch briefly on safety and security. What type of upgrades, what type of things are staying in place to ensure the safety and security?
Yes, safety is paramount and key for our students, and what you'll see is just upgraded weapons detection, state-of-the-art weapons detection systems in our schools. You'll see an officer at every single school that is assigned, and sometimes they rotate with the elementary and middle schools, but we even invested in a security monitoring team as well, so you'll see a lot of heavy security presence in our schools as well.
That's awesome. We talked briefly about some parents who might have been going into the school year facing charges due to truancy.
Yes.
Truancy clinic
Yes.
where those charges were able to be dismissed. Talk to
Yes.
us about that.
So we're working heavily with juvenile court. Judge Sugarman is a partner in the work, and so you'll see a lot of opportunities for us to ensure that we give parents resources if there are missed resources that are precluding students from getting to school. You'll see also an investment in our attendance specialists and family engagement specialists as well to ensure that we have that constant interaction with parents to ensure students are where they need to be in school. So.
Let's talk about grades, academics. We know TCAP, you all had some improvements. There were also some
areas of opportunities.
Areas of opportunities.
Yes.
Let's talk about how the focus will be this school year to ensure more improvements and more room for opportunity.
Yes, so I can't emphasize enough extended learning opportunities. We know that if we have our students longer, that we can expose them through tutoring opportunities. So we have before school tutoring, during the day tutoring, along with after school tutoring as well. And so there's a heavy focus and investment as well in our tutoring opportunities.
Anything else parents should be looking forward
Okay,
to?
that is Cindy Hawkins there reporting from Cordova Middle School. You can see
and just really
that's interim superintendent Tony Williams, and a lot of yelling, a lot of exhilaration there on this first day of class for Memphis Shelby County Schools. Of course, it's the first day of class for all kinds of districts this morning. Not only Memphis Shelby County Schools, but Arlington and Lakeland, Millington, Tipton, Bartlett, Fayette County Schools. So a lot of people with the first day of school. Of course, Germantown and Collierville, they're later this week. Germantown is tomorrow. Collierville is on Wednesday. And when we talk about school safety, of course, that's top of mind for plenty of school districts, including Fayette County. In fact, there's a safety protocol, a clear backpack policy. The district's also implementing a notification alert system. It's called SkyAlert. It'll call parents when their child is absent. There's also going to be some new vaping detection devices that have been a part of the school district here in every school building. They're increasing drug dog searches and creating a drug abuse resistance education. And a school resource officer is expected to be in each of the district's 7 schools. Again, this is happening in Fayette County. That school resource officer, that's a mandate that's happening across the state of Tennessee. We want you to stay with us here at Action News 5. We have you covered when it comes to education and back to school. We have a special section on our website, actionnews5.com, as school districts all across the Mid-South reopen. All you have to do is click on the home page, then the 3 lines at the very top, and then the click down menu where it says news, and choose education. Okay, and as your kids head back to school, we also want to see your photos. You can share them with us by going to Share Your Pics tab on our website. Again, the address is actionnews5.com. Let's talk about the superintendent search for the largest school district in the state of Tennessee. There is a updated job posting right now. Board members say they revised the job description to better reflect the traits that they're looking for in the new leader. Application will be accepted through the fall with the candidate interviews conducted during winter. At least that's the plan right now. Shelby County Schools, as we mentioned, first day of class is today, and according to the district, there are more than 300 open teaching positions. So the school board approved a $5,000 bump in pay, bringing teachers' starting pay, their base is now $47,000, hoping to attract new teachers. Also in Millington, they have the first day of class today. They're trying to combat the teacher shortage there. They created an educator advisory group allowing K through 12 teachers to have a say on things like the academic calendar, school-based programs, and salary. Members are also able to get a 3% raise for all teachers and certified employees. And in the state of Arkansas, some schools there working on improving security, taking notes from Margolin Hebrew Academy here in East Memphis. Hayden Savage has a look at new equipment being installed in northeast Arkansas.
Here at the Mammoth Springs School District tonight, where we're looking at security upgrades they're making before school starts. So one of the major upgrades they're making is replacing doors like these. You can see the large window. They're taking these doors out, putting new ones in that have a smaller window, and they're much more sturdy.
They are a lot more sturdy. There's not a way to be able to access through here, small windows, so they're not going to be able to get their arm down and unlock it.
The newly installed entrance doors at the Mammoth Springs School District are highly similar to the ones that kept an armed man out of a Memphis school on Monday. School Superintendent Jenny Wisnat saying she's confident in the doors after seeing the video out of Memphis.
I feel like we're making the right choices. I think when we do our research and we look at what's the best value for our dollar and what can we do the most with, yeah, I do think we made the right choice, and I do think it makes a difference.
The school has also put pieces of metal over glass that accompanied the doors at the 3 main buildings on campus.
If they were able to break through this door, what we have done, we have another set of doors that they're going to have to break through, or the glass now they're not able to shoot through and just be able to walk through.
Mammoth Spring is known as one of the smallest school districts in the state. Nonetheless, over the last 3 years, the school has taken many steps to upgrade security on campus.
This legislature and the governor both felt like security needed to be a top priority, and they allocated some special monies for the districts to be able to help do upgrades.
Wisnat said she's disappointed that security has to be this high for a place of education, but knows it's necessary.
It's a shame that we have to do this, but unfortunately it is necessary, and this is something that we have to do nowadays to protect our kids, because what's the most precious thing that we have?
All right, we've been talking all week long that it's back to school time. Kids are going back, tens of thousands of students ready for class, whether they want to be in class or not. Parents certainly want them to be in class. Well, you have to be concerned if you're making lunch or you're making some snacks for your kids, because there are a lot of food allergies in the classrooms today. In fact, there are various tips out there to kind of navigate for parents the food allergies that your kids could come across in their classroom and throughout the school year. I'm joined now by Kelly Cleary. She is with FAIR, and FAIR stands for Food Allergy Research and Education. It is the leading nonprofit working to enhance the lives of people with various food allergies to lead safe and productive lives. Kelly, I appreciate you joining us. Tell me, what are some of the biggest problems that are out there when it comes to back to school time and some of the food allergies that are in the classroom? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yes, so we are seeing now that the number of kids with food allergies has increased over the last few decades. So it's now estimated that 1 in every 13 kids in the United States has a food allergy. So that's about 2 in every classroom. And when you think about the serious adverse reactions that can happen from food allergies, these kids are really at risk for having an allergic reaction to some very common foods that other kids may be bringing in their lunch boxes.
Do we know why allergies have gone up so much over the past few years and decades?
That's a really great question with a complex answer that is not completely defined. So there are many hypotheses out there, and most of them really look at the way that we interact with our environment. So things like changes in hygiene, our diets, changes in microbiomes, just really how we're interacting with the environment, but it's very complex and not a single defined answer. But the fact is that the incidence has increased over the past decades. And now, like I said, 2 in every classroom, 2 kids in every classroom are affected by food allergies.
So I want to ask you a question that's got a couple different parts. One is, how should parents pack a lunch if they're packing lunches for their kids, and keep it safe for other kids that have food allergies? And the other thing is, if you have a student with a food allergy, how should you navigate the upcoming school year?
Yeah, so I'm a parent of 4 kids, one of whom has multiple anaphylactic food allergies. So as that parent, I am really conscious of every morning making sure that his lunch is safe for him, making sure that as we start the school year, that his medical forms are up to date, his medications are unexpired, and that I've spoken to the school to ask them about policies and procedures. For other students that might not be affected by food allergies, at FAIR, we have tons of resources that we offer for free to schools, families, scout troops, church leadership, groups, where we can teach kids in the classroom how to be a better friend or pal to kids with food allergies. So one of our courses is Be a Pal, which actually stands for Protect a Life. And it's geared toward teaching kids that food allergies are serious. When you're eating your lunch, try not to share your food with other kids, even though we're always teaching our kids to share. Sharing food at lunchtime in school is probably the place that we need to tell them to hold back on that, to wash their hands after eating their lunch that may have something that's allergic to someone else. And then if one of their friends has a food allergy, that if they see that friend is sick, get an adult in charge and have someone come over and check out how your friend is feeling.
I know that we have thousands of people that watch us on the digital desk every day. Is there a place online? Because I know that FAIR, the group that you're with, has various online presentations. Is there a place that people can go and just kind of look at those?
Yes, so you can go right to our website, foodallergy.org. We have webinars there and programs there that are geared toward teachers and schools that you can ask your teachers to take. We've got, like I said, the Be a Pal program, which is geared towards students. And for so many of us at FAIR, we're connected to food allergies. It's personal to us, and we just want this message to get out to families as we start the school year.
Okay, Kelly Cleary with FAIR. She is Senior Director of Education and Support Programs. FAIR, of course, Food Allergy Research and Education, a nonprofit really helping enhancing the lives of people with food allergies, empowering people to lead safe, productive lives. We really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much.
Thanks for having me.
You know, it's Wednesday morning, and a lot of times people have a chance to get up, start the day, have a cup of coffee, and then you think, it's Wednesday. Can't get too excited about Wednesday. Well, I was excited about Wednesday because I'm talking to Jennifer Chandler. And you know why I'm talking to Jennifer Chandler? It's because she's got the best places for chicken wings in Memphis and the Mid-South. She's joining us always. She always brings it every single time. Love talking to her because we are a foodie town in Memphis. Isn't that right, Jennifer?
We definitely are. And I have to say, you make my Wednesday mornings as well. Always a delight to come and talk to you about all the great food that we have here in Memphis, Tennessee. So yes, hot wings. You know, Memphis is known for its ribs and its barbecue, but you know, Memphis is a really strong game when it comes to hot wings in town.
I agree. I totally agree. And so your article focuses on 5 or more.
It's 5. So
okay.
National
I love that number.
Chicken
It's my
Wing
favorite
Day.
number.
National Chicken Wing Day was last week, and to be honest with you, it was hard to get it down to just 5 because there are so many great wings in town, so many great places doing really interesting things. But my editors tell me I can't write the entire newspaper be one article on chicken wings, so I have to narrow it down. So that's why we did 5. So first on my list is one that's been around for years and years and years and it's a Memphis favorite. And so I think it sets the bar on a hot wing is Ching's Hot Wings on Getwell. It's been there for a very long time. It's family run, and their honey gold party wings, I consider like the gold standard for a hot wing in the city of Memphis. That's an order I had not too long ago, and I always get the crinkle fries with it. It's just so good. And I would say definitely go out and support small family-owned businesses like this, because I know they're still reeling a little bit still from the pandemic, and then we had all the power outages last week, and yeah, they could definitely use your support, and you will not be disappointed if you go to a place like Ching's. It's really, really, really good. So next on my list is Mike's Hot Wings. Now, this has been around for a while, but I was just recently introduced to it. It happens to be that Mike Davis opened his second location of Mike's Hot Wings. His first one was on Winchester, and his second one is in Germantown, right on Wolf River Parkway, almost at Germantown Parkway. And that is down the street from my husband's office. And I think my husband eats Mike's lemon pepper party wings at least once a week, if not more, because it's his favorite thing. I have to tell you one thing about Mike's. You're going to walk in the door. It is like the cleanest hot wings place I've ever been in my entire life. It is spick and span. It kind of feels like a sports bar in there. It's got a great vibe. And his hot wings are just, what's great about the lemon pepper ones is they're not too spicy, but he has mastered the art of crispiness. He actually showed us how he made them, and we were back there in his kitchen, and I was like, you're leaving them in there a really, really long time. And he goes, I have mastered the art of getting it super crispy on the outside and still tender on the inside. And I took one bite and I said, you sure have mastered that. So I'll also give him a shout out. He makes a good smoked wing as well. And he has a spicy barbecue sauce that he makes in-house. So if you get the smoked wing, also get the smoky hot barbecue sauce to dip it in, and you won't be disappointed either way. So next on my list is New Wing Order. New Wing Order it started as a food truck. It actually started as a barbecue competition team at Memphis in May. They were always winning in the chicken and the wing division. Then they started competing in like the World Championship Hot Wing Festival, and they were winning. So they opened a food truck. They had a food truck for many years, and now they have a permanent location inside Ghost River's Beale Street tap room. The food truck is still out and about. So depending on where you are in town, you might be able to be closer to the food truck, but now they have a permanent place you can always go and get your wings. And one of the things I love about New Wing Order is they always do a seasonal wing. They've done that since the very beginning. I've never been disappointed when I've tried their seasonal wing. They're very creative. And this month is called Smokin' Peach Hot Wings. And so what they do is they make a homemade jam with locally grown peaches from Jones Orchard, and mix it with Calabrian chili. So it's got a little bit of sweetness and a little bit of heat, and they're really, really, really good. So look out for whatever, no matter when you go, always be willing to try the seasonal hot wing at New Wing Order. You will not be disappointed. Moving on my list, number 4, the Wing Gurus Triple J Party Wings. So basketball fans will know Billy Richmond. He was a star basketball player at the University of Memphis years ago, and he opened the Wing Guru. He has several locations across Memphis, and a few years ago, he came up with this flavor with Jaren Jackson with the Grizzlies, and they call it the Triple J. It is a honey gold base, and it has their signature Guru seasoning as well as their signature 901 seasoning tossed on top, and it is a darn good chicken wing. So it's like full of flavor. And, one of the things I love about Wing Guru is they have a ton of really creative flavors. They make their sauces in-house and their seasoning blends. And this is a little spicy. And if you don't want spicy and you're going to the Wing Guru, they have a dill pickle seasoning blend. And that one's really good too. A little odd, but really, really good. So last on my list is a place that is not necessarily, all these other ones, pretty much all they do is hot wings. This place is actually a ramen noodle shop downtown but makes one of my favorite chicken wings, Good Fortune Company, which is located on South Main. And they've been open, I guess, maybe 2-3 years ago. And again, they're known for being a ramen noodle shop. They make all their noodles from scratch, but they have one of my favorite chicken wings in town. And this has kind of like an Asian flair to it. What they do is they marinate the chicken wings for 24 hours overnight, and then they toss them in a batter that's made from 3 different gluten-free flours, and then they fry it. And then owner Arturo Lighton told me what the trick was. They take it out, and then they throw it in the fryer again. And so the double frying gives it this just crazy crispiness. And then they toss it in a Szechuan honey butter sauce. And, you know, it's one of those things, they call them the GFC wings, and it's for Good Fortune Company. And I was like, it should be like finger licking good. You know, you need to change the acronym there because they are so good and they're different. So it's kind of an Asian style versus all the other ones we talked to are more traditionally a Memphis style hot wing. So there you go. Have you had any of those, Andrew?
The one that I've had, and you sold it, was the Jaren Jackson Jr. wings at Wing Guru. My son, that's his favorite player. And then once he learned that they had a flavor, he got a bunch and then brought it home, and we loved it. And you know, Tina, my wife, is gluten-free, and so all their wings are gluten-free. So she was, you know, excited about that. But you sold me on the Good Fortune. I mean, all of them are great. Don't get me wrong, but the Good Fortune one, wow, the time that it takes to put into those wings sounds amazing.
Yes, they're all super, super delicious, and I could go on and on for this list because as I said, I hated to have to narrow it to 5. But a matter of time, I guess, you know, as I said, I couldn't take over the whole paper, and I guess we couldn't do the next 24 hours only talking about wings on the news. But I would be happy to. So it's all of this and more descriptions are now up on commercialappeal.com/food. That's where all my articles are. And you can definitely send me a message and let me know if you have a favorite wing or a favorite restaurant that you want me to try, and maybe do a review of.
And the Peaches Jam with the New Wing Order, or is that what it was? New Wing Order, right?
Yeah, New Wing Order. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so
I love that.
Yeah, so that's actually a fun story, and I'm having a senior moment on her name. I feel so bad. Their sous chef had gone out to, with her daughter, had gone to Jones Orchard for the U-Pick farm, and had gotten some of their peaches and had some of Mrs. Jones' peach jam, and she was like, this is really good, and she started playing around with the recipe, and then she went back and they were out of the jam, but she bought some peaches, and they made the jam themselves, and then they found these Calabrian chilies, which just kind of add this kind of, it's almost like it's sweet with a hint of spice on the back. But they really get into, you know, people probably don't think of chicken wings as being something that is like an art form. And especially, but when it comes to the sauces and the dry rubs, all these places in town that I mentioned, they're making all of their ingredients and all of their sauces and dry rubs from scratch and being really, really, really creative with it.
I love it. I love the creativity. I love the new kind of flavors, something spicy, something sweet, mixed together. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's ice cream, iced coffee, farmer's market, chicken wings. Jennifer Chandler's on top of it. You are bringing it every time. We appreciate this. This is a great list, and I know that it's making more people like myself hungrier and hungrier for wings. Jennifer, thank you.
Yes. Go enjoy a chicken wing today.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk for a Monday. It is August 7th, and we are excited because it's the first day of class for so many school districts all across the Mid-South. But here's the thing. Just because it's the first day of class doesn't mean that the weather's going to cooperate. It's going to be very bumpy over the next several days. We got meteorologist Patrick Ellis joining us now to talk about a forecast that this morning, I got to admit, when I came in today, a lot of humidity, the heat over 80 degrees. But later today, we're going to be dealing with all kinds of perhaps showers and storms in the area, right?
Yeah, at least for a part of the day, Andrew, we're going to have some opportunities for some showers and storms, and we're already starting to see a few of those making their way towards the back doorstep of the Action News 5 coverage area here this morning. I have a severe thunderstorm warning that's currently in effect for Jackson County, and I would say that for our friends who are in Weiner, it's probably about 20 minutes away from you right now, and of course the general track will take it across Poinsett County. It has had some signs of large hail, but also frequent lightning to go along with it and some gusty wind. The general track will take it across I-555 by the time we get closer to about 8 o'clock in the morning and across the I-55 corridor as we get closer to about 8:15. This is the setup. We've got a frontal boundary stalled out right across the Mid-South here this morning. And on the backside of it, we're getting some thunderstorms that have flared up basically from north central portions of Oklahoma through western areas of Arkansas, and we're starting to see some of these stronger storms beginning to get a little bit closer to us. So there is a risk that we could have some stronger storms here for at least a period of time here this morning. We're quiet now, but give it a couple of hours, and while we are starting off with some sunshine, not feeling terribly bad, yeah, it's warm, it's muggy outside, we will have a risk for some rain and storms to return into the forecast as we head through the middle and latter portion of the morning into the early afternoon hours. So something to be cognizant of on this first day of school. I think that we can get through the morning commute okay, with the exception of maybe Poinsett and Cross counties. Obviously, you've got a storm that's on your back doorstep here this morning. In Memphis and Shelby County, where we're getting the students back into classes for the first time today, I think we're able to get through that morning commute with no problems. The afternoon looks to be quiet as well. We'll get most of the shower and storm opportunities out of here by lunchtime, 1 o'clock, and then we'll try to rebound the temperatures back up through the middle to a few upper 80s before it's all said and done. Lots of moisture sitting in the atmosphere, as Andrew was mentioning a second ago. It is very muggy, and it has been very muggy over the last few days. There's a little node of drier air that's sneaking into the area briefly as a front works its way down towards the south, but that front gets lodged just to the south of the Mid-South. And look at the moisture pool that gets going south of Little Rock into north central Mississippi, northern portions of Louisiana going into tomorrow. This is going to be a heavy rain bout for parts of the state of Mississippi tomorrow, and could actually clip our southernmost communities here in the Mid-South during the day. Then guess what? The moisture comes rolling back in here for Wednesday. A very muggy air mass, and of course an unstable air mass to come along with it. That may feature some strong wind potential heading into Wednesday, and a couple of different waves of storms that will move through the area. First wave of storms that we get here in the short term will come through here today, again along that frontal boundary, dropping down to the south. The front works its way into North Mississippi. Heavy rain potential moving in from Oklahoma through southern Arkansas into north central Mississippi. And again, we might be right on the edge of that rain potential going into your Tuesday. Farther to the north, quieter weather expected with a mixture of more clouds than sun. And guess what? Here comes the next wave. You get one system to pull away, and the next one develops just behind it, and we may have several waves of storms. I think we get out the door okay on Wednesday, but Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday evening, Wednesday night into early Thursday could be an active period of time before that system pulls away from us. And guess what? There's likely another system that will reload back out to the west. And guess what? That keeps us unsettled heading into the end of the week. A little closer in. Let's go hour by hour for today. And again, we're already starting to see some of those showers and storms approaching the western sections of the Action News 5 coverage area here this morning. That will begin to shift eastward. By lunchtime, we get most of the showers out of the metro area. A few gusty storms cannot be ruled out here today. And then by 3, 4 o'clock, we're in improving states for the afternoon ride home. So good news there. Partly sunny skies. We'll turn back towards sunshine this afternoon with highs in the 80s. Tonight should be a quiet one, except for North Mississippi. Could get active for the start of your Tuesday in North Mississippi. Yet again, that pool of moisture near that frontal boundary gets active to start off Tuesday morning. It won't be an all-day situation. By lunchtime, you're in improving state as well. There might be a rogue sprinkle or shower moving across the other sections of the Mid-South, including here in the metro area for your Tuesday, amid variably to mostly cloudy skies. Try to get some sunshine back in here by Tuesday afternoon. Then Wednesday, here comes our warm front working its way across the area. Wednesday morning starts off quiet. Wednesday afternoon, afternoon, not so quiet as that system gets a little bit closer to us. First wave of storms late morning, early afternoon. Second wave of storms late afternoon, early evening. Next wave of storms comes through here during the overnight period of Wednesday into early Thursday. All the while, you might have a couple of waves of storms, and not only that, a couple of waves of strong storms as well, as the SPC is already outlining most of the Action News 5 coverage area underneath a slight risk, level 2 out of 5 risk. I would not be surprised. At least parts of the area may go underneath a level 3 risk for Wednesday. We'll see how that plays out. High wind and hail, the primary issue, heavy rainfall to go along with it as well. Here's a look at the 7-day. Highs in the 80s today, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday. It depends on how and when the rain chances ultimately affect you. We'll get the rain opportunities to increase, but I do believe that we do get a chance for rain and storms to increase here for a couple of hours here as we head through the middle and latter portion of this morning into the early afternoon hours. Quieted down for the afternoon commute. We're good for most of the day on Tuesday outside of the rain and storm chances in North Mississippi early on Tuesday. We'll get another wave of showers and thunderstorms to make its way across the Mid-South heading into your Wednesday. Several waves actually between Wednesday and Wednesday night. Get a rain chance early Thursday before clearing out, and then we'll go with the variably cloudy skies back to the low 90s and another wave of scattered storms early next week into the weekend. I tell you, Andrew, it's going to be one of those situations that while it won't rain every day in every location, when we do get those opportunities for rain and storms, including today, isolated strong storm potential here, I think more of a higher chance for stronger storms coming in on Wednesday evening, Wednesday night, and then an isolated gusty storm or two going into Saturday. Notice the highs, though, not upper 90s. We'll take that, but it's still going to be plenty muggy with overnight lows in the middle to upper 70s.
So, Patrick, it sounds like there's just kind of a trade-off here. We're not going to get the triple-digit heat, but we could have chance for some severe storms later this week. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, in an isolated strong storm here today. Obviously, we're tracking one storm that's on the back doorstep of the Action News 5 coverage area here this morning. I think we do get a wave of scattered downpours to contend with here between about, I'd say, 9 o'clock this morning through about 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon. And then we get a couple storms here tomorrow morning. I don't think those are necessarily severe tomorrow morning, but there could be some gusty storms in North Mississippi. I think the higher potential is going to be Wednesday, though, with the possibly 3 waves of storms that we get on Wednesday. So that's something else that we'll have to just kind of keep an eye on, keep it up to date. Of course, one way to do that is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app.
Okay, meteorologist Patrick Ellis giving us the deep dive on the forecast for the next 7 days. Patrick, thank you. Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. There is a nonprofit called Light Memphis, and it has a new curriculum with Memphis and Shelby County schools about a program to close the wealth gap for African Americans and Latinos. I'm joined now by Larissa Gregory. She's executive director of Light Memphis. She joins us on the digital desk to talk more about this program. And Larissa, good morning to you. Tell us, for those who aren't familiar with Light Memphis, what does it stand for and what does your organization do? Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Andrew. Thank you for having me on. Light Memphis stands for Let's Innovate Through Education, and we are a nonprofit, as you said, right here in Memphis, Tennessee. We've been around for right at 10 years. We just celebrated our 10-year anniversary in May, and we work with students, Black and Brown students from across our city, to invest in them through a transformational journey of building their entrepreneurship skills and ultimately launching a micro business. And so we are excited at our partnership with Memphis Shelby County Schools and their CCTE department. And we are just looking forward to being inside of schools and being inside of community centers and being in the community to offer something exciting to youth.
Tell us about some of the barriers that minorities face when it comes to trying to secure high wage jobs, employment, that sort of thing, and become successful entrepreneurs.
Yeah, you know, the racial wealth gap is evident across our country, and it's even magnified more here in Memphis, Tennessee. And so when we think of the racial wealth gap, we don't just think about money. We think about access to opportunity. We think about access to a quality education. We think about access to physical health, mental health, and emotional health. And so those are the things that are layered, if you will, within the racial wealth gap. And so those are barriers that stand in the way for historically marginalized people. And so we work to target intentionally to work with our Black and Brown youth here in the city to provide access not only to the entrepreneurship skills that it takes to launch a business, but to access to the skills that it takes to have a growth mindset to really excel in their life after high school.
So I know that Light Memphis partners with Memphis and Shelby County schools. Can you tell us in detail how you serve some of the students and what has been their reaction to Light Memphis and how has it helped them succeed?
Yeah, so our partnership with Memphis Shelby County Schools is new and is evolving. We had the opportunity to go into 5 strategic schools last semester where we were able to observe and meet the students at both Whitehaven, Southwind, Overton, and Germantown High School. And so we look forward in this coming year of partnering with Whitehaven as our pilot school and going into that school and offering a customized curriculum to their CCTE entrepreneurship students. Now, on a broader scale, we have a 16-week program, which actually launches August 13th, and we're welcoming over 60 students from right here in Memphis, all across the city, that are going to start an idea and they're going to end with a business on December 9th that will showcase at the Renaissance Convention Center. And so during that time, they come to Crosstown High School every Sunday and they invest their time as we invest in them, and they earn up to $1,200 to invest in their business idea and to see it come to reality. And so we're really excited to kickstart with those students on August 13th.
Fantastic. All right. So if the public wants to get involved, perhaps volunteer or support Light Memphis, how can they do that, Larissa?
Yeah, absolutely. They can go visit us at lightmemphis.org. We're always looking for volunteers. We're actually still looking for volunteers to start with our fall cohort. So if you're interested in volunteering as a mentor or just coming in on a Sunday, if you'll go check us out at lightmemphis.org and click the volunteer tab, that would be excellent. If you are interested in donating and supporting the cause, that's also available at lightmemphis.org. And we're really, really excited, Andrew, about some stuff that we have coming up this semester. And we have a big announcement that's going to be coming out on August 8th. And so I look forward to sharing that with you all soon as well.
That sounds fantastic, Larissa. Larissa Gregory with Light Memphis. We appreciate all the work that you do. Good luck this upcoming school year, and thanks so very much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you for having us.
We know in the month of August, many people are focused on back to school and back to school events, but the month of August is also Breastfeeding Awareness Month. And right now we want to talk with a registered nurse coordinator for lactation at Regional One Health. I'm joined by Christy Brooks now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Ms. Brooks, thanks so much for joining us. Can you tilt your camera down just a little bit? There's a little bit too much headroom there, if you don't mind. I'd like to talk to you about some of the reasons why it's important that women breastfeed. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Thank you for having me. Some of the good reasons why moms should breastfeed is the benefits of breastfeeding. Breast milk provides antibodies that mama has been exposed to, which in turn helps with long-term issues with newborn illness, infant illness. It also helps reduce the risk of sudden infant death syndrome that is one of the #1 causes of death in newborns within the first year. So moms who, the longer they breastfeed, the more benefits they're giving to their baby, the more antibodies and more protection against illnesses that they are providing for their babies. So it's really important that, especially with moms who are coming in with NICU babies, that we encourage them to pump and breastfeed to give that baby what we call liquid gold that has all the nutrients that that baby needs. And the breast milk changes to meet the needs of the baby. So it is something that is very special and very important for our babies.
Let me ask you this, Christy. What's the most common concern that you hear from new moms about breastfeeding? I know just with my interaction with my wife when my kids were born, sometimes it can be difficult for the baby and the mom to immediately have that connection. But what are some of the concerns that you hear from new moms?
Some of the concerns that we hear from new moms is when they have lack of support at home. I think one of the number one things to help a mom be supportive is to make sure that they have the support they need. And when they're having difficulties, say, you know, you got this. And this comes not just from family and staff. It takes a team to do that in our community to support these moms, not only when they're in the hospital, but as well as when they leave the hospital. Some of the other concerns that we hear is that I'm not going to have enough milk. I don't have enough milk. My baby's not getting enough. How do I know? So we make sure that we take time to educate the mom. We use a lot of visual aids and to help them. And we also pull in their support person and let them know the importance of breastfeeding and why it's important to help support mom breastfeed. Moms make, I can just show you a little bit. This is called colostrum. It's liquid gold, and this is what moms use in the, usually make in the first week. And so we showed this in comparison to, this is a little belly ball that shows how big mom's baby's belly is. So in comparison, they make enough to feed the baby with that little bitty stomach. So I think moms sometimes feel like that they are supposed to make like a lot of milk when they first come in. And it's a process. It's called supply and demand. In order to get your body to make milk, you have to demand your body to make milk. So it's so important to get that mom breastfeeding on a regular basis. And if the mom is separated and the baby goes to NICU, to get them pumping very early to provide breast milk for their newborn, especially our tiny newborns that are born less than 1,500 grams. That helps with their gut, and that's very important.
You know, Christy, I appreciate the visuals there. That's very revealing, I'm sure, to a lot of people out there. Is there any help for new moms if they're having trouble breastfeeding? I know that there is plenty of help, but can you just rattle off maybe a couple things here?
Yes, absolutely. Region 1 Health actually has a lactation team, and it's pretty great. They can call and we can set up outpatient services if we need to there. There's also the Tennessee Breastfeeding Hotline that's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's resources through WIC. There's resources through womenshealth.gov. BSTARS, which is a wonderful group that is out there to support women of color. We have the Shelby County Breastfeeding Coalition. There are so many more resources out there for breastfeeding moms now than there ever was before in the past. So there's a lot of opportunities for moms to call and say, hey, I just need some help, and we can be there for them.
What about working moms? You know, that is a concern because certainly there's some working moms out there that want to breastfeed their babies. What recommendations do you suggest?
With breastfeeding your babies and going back to work, there are Tennessee laws, and there are laws all over the United States that have passed, and it's called the pumping law, and to where I encourage moms to talk to their employers because there are opportunities there for moms to pump at work or even breastfeed if it's allowed, you know, if that baby can come in and see mom. So being very supportive in the workplace, and I challenge all the workplaces to make sure that they have the availability of an area for these moms to pump and to encourage them and to support them. Because in the long run of things, as long as you breastfeed, the longer you breastfeed, the more antibodies you're providing your baby, the less sicknesses your baby has throughout its lifetime, which means moms return to work quicker. Moms are not leaving work as much to take their babies to the doctor because they're sick. So it ends up being a very big benefit overall in the long scheme of things as well, and supporting and helping moms to breastfeed.
So, you know, there's a lot that goes into how long mothers should breastfeed. Is there, you know, one kind of level that generally you tell moms how long they should breastfeed? And what about switching between bottle feeding and breastfeeding, or at least supplementing with bottle feeding with those babies that are hungry? I know my son was always hungry, and we had to supplement it with bottle feeding.
Right. What we tell moms is that we always want to make sure that they start breastfeeding at first. Breastfeeding is a learned process, even though it's a natural process. So the more you breastfeed, the more you're telling your body to make milk. So it's very important that you get that baby on the breast to help with that breast milk, and reach out for lactation services or help in the community of the different support systems out there to help make sure that you're positioned well. Babies get enough milk and they're breastfeeding as they need to be, and that mom feels comfortable with breastfeeding, and that her support people also are aware and educated about breastfeeding. Number one reason why a lot of moms do not successfully breastfeed for a long period of time is because of support. It is recommended to breastfeed for at least 6 months. This comes from the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, WHO. All the evidence shows that breastfeeding, the longer you breastfeed, the more benefits for baby and mom.
This has been very informative. And, you know, we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here, Christy, on the Action News 5 digital desk. Anything else before we let you go when it comes to Breastfeeding Awareness Month, what new moms should expect when it comes to breastfeeding?
Yeah, so with National Breastfeeding Month, what moms should expect when they come in is that we have a lot of lactation here, and there is a lot more resources available in our communities than there have been before, and we are going to even see that increase. I encourage them to ask questions, to be patient, to get the help that they need, especially before they leave the hospital and even afterwards, to be successful. Sometimes it can be a struggle. So in those first few days, we want to make sure that moms feel comfortable when they leave the hospital and even after they go home to continue to breastfeed.
All right, Christy Brooks, registered nurse coordinator for lactation at Regional One Health. We appreciate your insight this morning. Very helpful. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk for a Monday. It is August 7th, and we are excited because it's the first day of class for so many school districts all across the Mid-South. But here's the thing. Just because it's the first day of class doesn't mean that the weather's going to cooperate. It's going to be very bumpy over the next several days. We got meteorologist Patrick Ellis joining us now to talk about a forecast that this morning, I got to admit, when I came in today, a lot of humidity, the heat over 80 degrees. But later today, we're going to be dealing with all kinds of perhaps showers and storms in the area, right?
Yeah, at least for a part of the day, Andrew, we're going to have some opportunities for some showers and storms, and we're already starting to see a few of those making their way towards the back doorstep of the Action News 5 coverage area here this morning. I have a severe thunderstorm warning that's currently in effect for Jackson County, and I would say that for our friends who are in Weiner, it's probably about 20 minutes away from you right now, and of course the general track will take it across Poinsett County. It has had some signs of large hail, but also frequent lightning to go along with it, and some gusty wind potential. The general track will take it across I-555 by the time we get closer to about 8 o'clock in the morning, and across the I-55 corridor as we get closer to about 8:15. This is the setup. We've got a frontal boundary stalled out right across the Mid-South here this morning, and on the back side of it, we're getting some thunderstorms that have flared up basically from north central portions of Oklahoma through western areas of Arkansas, and we're starting to see some of these stronger storms beginning to get a little bit closer to us. So there is a risk that we could have some stronger storms here for at least a period of time here this morning. We're quiet now, but give it a couple of hours, and while we are starting off with some sunshine, not feeling terribly bad, yeah, it's warm, it's muggy outside, we will have a risk for some rain and storms to return into the forecast as we head through the middle and latter portion of the morning into the early afternoon hours. So something to be cognizant of on this first day of school. I think that we can get through the morning commute okay, with the exception of maybe Poinsett and Cross counties. Obviously, you've got a storm that's on your back doorstep here this morning. In Memphis and Shelby County, where we're getting the students back into classes for the first time today, I think we're able to get through that morning commute with no problems. The afternoon looks to be quiet as well. We'll get most of the shower and storm opportunities out of here by lunchtime, 1 o'clock, and then we'll try to rebound the temperatures back up through the middle to a few upper 80s before it's all said and done. Lots of moisture sitting in the atmosphere. As Andrew was mentioning a second ago, it is very muggy, and it has been very muggy over the last few days. There's a little node of drier air that's sneaking into the area briefly as a front works its way down towards the south. But that front gets lodged just to the south of the Mid-South. And look at the moisture pool that gets going south of Little Rock into north central Mississippi, northern portions of Louisiana going into tomorrow. This is going to be a heavy rain bout for parts of the state of Mississippi tomorrow, and could actually clip our southernmost communities here in the Mid-South during the day. Then guess what? The moisture comes rolling back in here for Wednesday. A very muggy air mass, and of course an unstable air mass to come along with it. That may feature some strong wind potential heading into Wednesday, and a couple of different waves of storms that will move through the area. First wave of storms that we get here in the short term will come through here today, again along that frontal boundary, dropping down to the south. The front works its way into North Mississippi. Heavy rain potential moving in from Oklahoma through southern Arkansas into north central Mississippi. And again, we might be right on the edge of that rain potential going into your Tuesday. Farther to the north, quieter weather expected with a mixture of more clouds than sun. And guess what? Here comes the next wave. You get one system to pull away, and the next one develops just behind it. And we may have several waves of storms. I think we get out the door okay on Wednesday, but Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday evening, Wednesday night into early Thursday could be an active period of time before that system pulls away from us. And guess what? There's likely another system that will reload back out to the west. And guess what? That keeps us unsettled heading into the end of the week. A little closer in. Let's go hour by hour for today. And again, we're already starting to see some of those showers and storms approaching the western sections of the Action News 5 coverage area here this morning. That will begin to shift eastward. By lunchtime, we get most of the showers out of the metro area. A few gusty storms cannot be ruled out here today. And then by 3, 4 o'clock, we're in improving states for the afternoon ride home. So good news there. Partly sunny skies. We'll turn back towards sunshine this afternoon with highs in the 80s. Tonight should be a quiet one, except for North Mississippi. Could get active for the start of your Tuesday in North Mississippi. Yet again, that pool of moisture near that frontal boundary gets active to start off Tuesday morning. It won't be an all-day situation. By lunchtime, you're in improving state as well. There might be a rogue sprinkle or shower moving across the other sections of the Mid-South, including here in the metro area for your Tuesday, amid variably to mostly cloudy skies. Try to get some sunshine back in here by Tuesday afternoon. Then Wednesday, here comes our warm front working its way across the area. Wednesday morning starts off quiet. Wednesday afternoon, not so quiet as that system gets a little bit closer to us. First wave of storms late morning, early afternoon. Second wave of storms late afternoon, early evening. Next wave of storms comes through here during the overnight period of Wednesday into early Thursday. All the while, you might have a couple of waves of storms, and not only that, a couple of waves of strong storms as well, as the SPC is already outlining most of the Action News 5 coverage area underneath a slight risk, level 2 out of 5 risk. I would not be surprised. At least parts of the area may go underneath a level 3 risk for Wednesday. We'll see how that plays out. High wind and hail, the primary issue, heavy rainfall to go along with it as well. Here's a look at the 7-day. Highs in the 80s today, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday. It depends on how and when the rain chances ultimately affect you. We'll get the rain opportunities to increase, but I do believe that we do get a chance for rain and storms to increase here for a couple of hours here as we head through the middle and latter portion of this morning into the early afternoon hours. Quieted down for the afternoon commute. We're good for most of the day on Tuesday outside of the rain and storm chances in North Mississippi early on Tuesday. We'll get another wave of showers and thunderstorms to make its way across the Mid-South heading into your Wednesday. Several waves actually between Wednesday and Wednesday night. Get a rain chance early Thursday before clearing out, and then we'll go with the variably cloudy skies back to the low 90s and another wave of scattered storms early next week into the weekend. I tell you, Andrew, it's going to be one of those situations that while it won't rain every day in every location, when we do get those opportunities for rain and storms, including today, isolated strong storm potential here, I think more of a higher chance for stronger storms coming in on Wednesday evening, Wednesday night, and then an isolated gusty storm or two going into Saturday. Notice the highs, though, not upper 90s. We'll take that, but it's still going to be plenty muggy with overnight lows in the middle to upper 70s.
So, Patrick, it sounds like there's just kind of a trade-off here. We're not going to get the triple-digit heat, but we could have chance for some severe storms later this week. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, an isolated strong storm here today. Obviously, we're tracking one storm that's on the back doorstep of the Action News 5 coverage area here this morning. I think we do get a wave of scattered downpours to contend with here between about, I'd say, 9 o'clock this morning through about 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon. And then we get a couple storms here tomorrow morning. I don't think those are necessarily severe tomorrow morning, but there could be some gusty storms in North Mississippi. I think the higher potential is going to be Wednesday, though, with the possibly 3 waves of storms that we get on Wednesday. So that's something else that we'll have to just kind of keep an eye on, keep up to date. Of course, one way to do that is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app.
Okay, meteorologist Patrick Ellis giving us the deep dive on the forecast for the next 7 days. Patrick, thank you. You know, the conversation about financial literacy and work readiness.
As a parent.
All right, so now let's talk about Memphis Shelby County Schools and the issue of safety. Of course, safety is top of mind for so many different district leaders across the state, especially on the first day of school. And so there are protocols in place right now to make sure all students and staff are safe. Walter Murphy has more on that.
As a parent myself, of course, there's a certain level of anxiousness that happens on the first day of school. You want to know, will my child be safe during the school year?
Chief Deputy Anthony Buckner with the Shelby County Sheriff's Office says as both a parent and law enforcement officer, he feels confident that answer is yes. And that's because Buckner says the more than 50 school resource officers that his office has stationed throughout the Memphis Shelby County School District are trained and prepared for worst case scenarios. And that's because they've been reviewing, adjusting, and rethinking their tactics in the wake of the Covenant School shooting in Nashville last spring, as well as the incident right here in Memphis last Monday, when an armed man tried to gain access to Margot Lynn Hebrew Academy.
Certainly last week caused us to kind of look once again at our protocols and also have conversations with our deputies about the latest threats and how we can get in front of them and try to avoid them altogether.
Nothing is more important than making sure that Tennessee students and teachers return home from school safely every day.
A new tool Buckner says they have in their arsenal this year came directly from Governor Lee's school safety bill, which passed during the last legislative session. Specifically, the $75,000 grant Buckner says they've applied for, which will fund more school resource officers at schools throughout the district. And when it comes to looking ahead, Buckner is also optimistic about the special session called by Governor Lee that's set to take place on August 21st.
Well, certainly guns are on top of mind, especially when we look at what occurred over the past week at one of our local schools. Now, we don't know the facts of that case, but what we do know is that we need some meaningful gun legislation that will protect all of our citizens.
In Memphis, I'm Walter Murphy, Action News 5.
Okay, and as Walter mentioned, that special session set to take place August 21st. There's no guarantee anything will be passed, but we'll continue to watch it here in the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you this. This is a map I want you to take a close look at because the city of Memphis is set to close a portion of South Parkway for 4 months for a project there. This is the section of South Parkway from Cummings Street to South Bellevue. It'll be closed to all traffic. Crews will be repaving some of the pavement there on that section of the road. There will be detour signs set up in the area, so please make a note of that. Want to also let you know about an officer-involved crash. This is an on-duty Memphis police officer, another driver in the hospital after a 3-vehicle crash that happened here at Hickory Hill area, Ridgeway Road. Both the officer and the other person were taken to Regional 1. Last check, they were in critical condition. The Specialized Investigation Squad is looking into this crash. Also want to let you know about the Shelby County Health Department. The staff working overtime to help families prepare for the upcoming school year, so the department will provide vaccinations and records at no cost to children under the age of 17 at its public health clinics. They opened about an hour ago, 7 o'clock. Of course, walk-ins are accepted. Okay, Jehovah's Witnesses hosting multiple conventions in Memphis through September. Cindy Gray caught up with a few about why they're excited to be back together here in the Bluff City.
Refreshed, energized, I'm ready to go.
That's how Stetson Fleming feels one day after being baptized. He took that major step during the Exercise Patience Convention of Jehovah's Witnesses. His family says their faith means everything to them.
The reason that I can make it through the difficult times that we live in, it gives me purpose, it gives me strength, it strengthens my family, it helps me be patient with at work, with my family, whatever we do.
Jehovah's Witnesses who'd been exercising patience during a 3-year pandemic pause say they're thrilled to come together again for their annual convention.
You see all different races, nationalities, families, young ones, little ones, older ones, so all are invited. Primarily, it's made up of congregations from these different states and cities.
And with the focus on patience this year, members said our society could use more of it.
We're short of it. In this society that we live in, it's instant. Everything is now. But we do train our children to exercise patience with others, with our teachers that we need so desperately, their classmates, and even within the family.
Why exercise patience? Who doesn't need to exercise patience? Everybody needs to improve in patience.
It was also a time to connect with others and spread the word.
With our door-to-door work that people know Jehovah's Witnesses for, we're in the community. We are in our neighborhoods. We know our neighbors. We try to very much so. So for us to be able to help our neighbors when when they have problems, to feel a part of a neighborhood, to me is really important.
It's really the center of our faith. It's how we live our lives, the joy we receive. Even though we face the same problems as everyone else, we have the faith and hope of brighter things ahead. And so for me, it's everything.
Sydney Gray, Action News 5.
Mega Millions jackpot now at $1.55 billion. Cash option is estimated to be over $757 million. In Tennessee, players from both ends of the state winning big, including a $1 million prize. One ticket sold at the Quick Mart on Shelby Drive. Next drawing will be tomorrow night. Chances are pretty low to win, at about 1 in 302 million. All right, let's talk now. When you go to the supermarket, how many times do you hit that self-checkout line? You either love them or you hate them. Well, now one major supermarket is experiencing with an all self-checkout system, which means no human cashiers at all. George Sorlos has a closer look.
Place your item in the bagging area. They are supermarket contraptions.
Help is on the way.
Causing super headaches.
Place your item in the bagging area.
The self-checkout lane.
I hate self-checkout. Those machines do not work.
Last resort. Last resort for me.
But despite the hate, stores are ringing up even more of them.
I always have to call somebody to come over anyway. It makes such a difficult time.
Kroger, one of the nation's largest supermarket chains, has just converted one of its stores to self-checkout only. Walmart and Dollar General also experimenting with no-man registers.
If your store went full self-checkout, how big of a problem would that be for you?
Huge.
But are we now at a point where it is here to stay forever?
Oh, yeah. I don't see we're turning back on this.
Stu Leonard Jr. owns 7 stores in the New York area and says he's noticed an obvious trend.
The younger people embrace it and love to use it more than older people. I don't see much gray hair in the self-checkout line.
He says 75% of his customers still prefer human cashiers, so he's keeping them. But there are labor savings with self-checkout.
We have one cashier for one customer at the regular checkout lane. Over here, we try to have 8 of them, I think, and we have 2 people on board right now. The ratio now goes 4 to 1.
There's some growing pains associated with it.
Just like any technology, self-checkout, there are growing pains.
Here's where things can really go off the rails. This can of beans, no problem. These organic bananas, well, that's a whole nother story.
Help is required for this item. Help is on the way.
Leonard believes the technology will get better and customers will get more used to it. Others, however, aren't as optimistic.
I don't think that there's one shopper in the nation who would like to go to an all self-checkout store. And frankly, as these retailers are putting in more stores that are only self-checkout, I think their sales are going to decline.
By one estimate, 95% of stores now have some form of self-checkout, so it's unlikely any of them will bag the concept soon. George Solis, NBC News, New York.
All right, this fall, every consumer cell phone will be part of a nationwide emergency alert test. FEMA and the FCC will schedule the drill for October 4th at 1:20 in the afternoon. You expect to receive on your cell phone an alert that says this is a test of the National Wireless Emergency Alert System. Or it might say, this is a test of the National Wireless Emergency Alert System. FEMA and the FCC say they are working with wireless providers, emergency managers, and others to avoid confusion. The test is to ensure all systems are prepared in case of an emergency. You know, the conversation about financial literacy and work readiness, it is a topic we discuss often here at Action News 5, and a lot of times the topic often goes into the idea that students, and when I say students, we're talking students K through 12, oftentimes are not ready. And they don't have that financial literacy that perhaps they should, or the work readiness that perhaps they should. I want to bring in someone to talk a little bit more about this. Lee Mansberg is with Junior Achievement of Memphis in the Mid-South, and she is talking about educational programs for K through 12 students across Memphis in the Mid-South with an emphasis on financial literacy and work readiness. And Lee, good morning to you. I want to first let our viewers know about what Junior Achievement is.
Good morning, and it's so nice to be here, and thank y'all for having me. So Junior Achievement is three-pronged K through 12 program: entrepreneurship, work readiness, and financial literacy. And we work to make sure that we can reach a child every year of their experience, to make sure that you can't just learn it in one fell swoop, as all families know. So we're here to work, and we partner with schools throughout the Mid-South.
So with Junior Achievement here, we've been talking a lot about classes set to begin. Some have already begun here across the Mid-South. Tell us about the various programs Junior Achievement have for K through 12 students.
Love to. So in our kindergarten through fifth grade programs, we offer a program called JA in a Day, which layers learning about financial literacy and work readiness within the classroom and with volunteers paired there so that they can learn about the economy as it affects their family, the economy as it affects their community and their region. And then we come to BizTown, which is this amazing city that just went by, that is where our fifth and sixth grade citizens come and run a town and build the city of their dreams. They even get to vote for mayor, and they serve as CEOs and CFOs, and they learn what careers earn and how to spend that money and how to be properly banked. And then in seventh and eighth grade, they come for Finance Park, where they learn the 12 drivers of a family's budget. And then they get a simulation in a career, and they'll actually get 2 paychecks, and they're going to have to learn how to live off the money they make. So that's where they really start to learn that different careers make different salaries. And then in eighth grade and ninth grade, our children come out to the Agri Center May 14th through 16th to really work with our business community to see what those big careers that are out there, what the pathway is to get there. Our education partners are there, credentialing partners are there, so that students can learn the pathway and use their high school experience intentionally. And then in high school, we offer 10 high school semester courses in partnership with schools so that children are ready for the workplace when they leave high school or move on to a 2-year program or a 4-year program.
I have to say, my kids, BizTown, they absolutely loved it. It was such a great introduction to what the business world is like and real-time opportunities to kind of understand bankers and journalists and various aspects of an entire town. It's such a great program, and I remember them talking about it for weeks and weeks afterwards. It's fantastic. Tell me why these programs are so needed these days. I often talk to a lot of financial planners out there and experts, and they always constantly tell me and tell others that a lot of our kids just aren't prepared when they finish high school. When it comes to financial literacy, they're just so behind. And I would think that that's the primary reason why it's so important to have Junior Achievement a part of the curriculum, right?
Absolutely, and it goes across all barriers. That almost every parent that comes through here says, "I wish my older children, or I wish I had done this." Financial literacy has to be put within the context of why. Like, it's not enough to say to a child, "You should have a savings account," or "You should be properly banked," unless they understand why they need to do those things. And that's what makes junior achievement so important as we work in partnership with the schools we serve, because you have to experience it over and over again, and then you've got to place it within the context of the career you want and how you want to live your life. And it is the ultimate tool for independence and living well and being able to launch into adulting well.
Lee, tell me more about Junior Achievement's new facility in Binghamton.
Oh, we're so excited about it. We love it. The Wang Experiential Learning Center has been open since January 23rd, 2023, and it is what we call the ultimate learning place for capstone learning, meaning that our teaching partners work with the students in the classroom, so we're not a field trip. And it is a place that instead of children taking a pen and paper test, they come here and get to do a real-world simulation to cement and lock in learning. We call it hands-on, minds open learning, that children learn best in play-based situations where they get, and also where they get to be in control. And also in the Learning Center, it is a place where our partners who are aligned with our work, like Code Crew and Light Memphis and Mid-South Literacy, and like the Latino Memphis Chamber of Commerce will be here today. It is a place of community gathering to say we want to all pour into and make sure that all children can live lives of choice and be joyful and feel like they are surrounded. We have beautiful art everywhere. Like, I purposely wanted to be in this room for everybody today because entrepreneurship is encouraged. The fastest way to reach generational wealth is through entrepreneurship. So we're really, and Epicenter helped us create this magical space. And so it's really a place for us to be able to model the future for the children in every square foot.
Can you talk about some of the results that you're seeing when children are a part of the Junior Achievement programs?
Absolutely. So we know that 7 out of 10 children, once they've been a part of our programs, are aware of careers that they never knew that they could have, that they understand the pathway on how to achieve those careers. We work closely with educators as well. Some of the harder data we get in our programs is we have a hope challenge in our community. While 7 out of 10 children will find a career that they never knew that they wanted to have, they will, only 4 out of those 10 children believe that they'll get that career in Memphis. So we need everybody pouring in all of their assets, all of their talents, and making sure that our children believe the future is available to them. Because if they don't believe it's available, they're going to make other choices. And it's so critically important that everybody sees themselves as part of that conversation.
Lee, this has been interesting. It really has been. It's such a positive aspect to Memphis and the Mid-South. If someone's interested in volunteering, perhaps supporting Junior Achievement in some of the programs, how can they find you guys?
Absolutely. Please go to jamemphis.org, or you can head over to our Volunteer Memphis page right now, where we have hundreds of volunteer opportunities available. We know that we will take over 2,000 volunteers to support our children this year. And children can't become what they can't see. So we need a gift of 3 to 5 hours of your time to help us get into the classroom and model the way to the future. So please join us.
Okay, Lee Mansberg with Junior Achievement of Memphis and the Mid-South. We appreciate you and this deep dive into what Junior Achievement does and how students across Memphis and the Mid-South are benefiting. Thanks so very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You know, we got 99 problems, and you know what? AARP's not one of them. Joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk, Neil Wertheimer, the deputy editor of AARP Bulletin and AARP the magazine. He's going to be talking about 99 great ways to save. Neil, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great today. Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. So let's talk about the top suggestions, the top tips, the ways to save at the grocery store, because every time I go, I know we say that, hey, inflation is improving. All I'm seeing is that these prices are outrageous for things that did not cost that way just a few years ago.
Inflation coming down, which gratefully it is, doesn't mean prices are coming down. It just means the rate of increase is slowing. So we absolutely have to be frugal. We're recommending people do 3 things prior to going to the store. Number 1 is check out your refrigerator and your pantry, eat down what's there, figure out how to use what's there. We Americans continue to throw out 30% of the food we buy. That's just money wasted. So number 1, reduce the waste of the food that you're buying. Second, we say you want 2 shopping lists, not 1. One is for the groceries that you need for the meals you're going to prepare in the coming week, a very specific list of items for things you're going to cook. The second list should be a rolling list of pantry items that you're going to need at some point in the near future. Things like butter, oil, toilet paper, things that you don't have to buy right away, but you're on watch. You want to keep your eye out for great discounts. When that moment comes that it's really a great price, stock up for a couple months. The final thing to do before you head to the store is to look at your grocery store's app. If you don't download that, their website. 2/3 of grocery stores in America now offer discounts on their online tools that you cannot get anywhere else. My grocery store this morning had 230 online coupons available to me, some of them with shockingly good discounts. I could not get any of those if I didn't look at it prior going to the store.
Those are some great, useful tips, Neil. I really appreciate that, and I really appreciate some of those tips. Let's talk about car and driving costs. They can add up. Certainly, everyone's taking summer vacations, perhaps many of them going on the roadway and instead of hitting the skies. How do we cut down on some of those expenses when it comes to driving in cars?
On a day-to-day basis, car travel is all about, in terms of cost, gas. So you want 2 strategies. One is get the best price for the gas that you're buying, and 2, increase your car's fuel efficiency. So in terms of getting the best price, if you're a member of a warehouse club, by all means, get their gas. Studies show that you get as much as 25 cents less per gallon. That's real savings. If you don't belong to such a place, but are loyal to a particular gas station, yes, get their credit card or join their fuel rewards program, 5 or 10 cents a gallon over time. Again, that adds up. If you don't want to do that, next, get a credit card, MasterCard, Visa, American Express, that has cash back with a particularly preference towards gas purchases. You can get a credit card that will automatically rebate you 3% of the cost of gas. Again, over time, it adds up. Absent all those things, pay cash, because that nickel differential between the credit card price and the cash price, that too adds up. Let's talk fuel efficiency. Fascinating new study shows that junk in your trunk every 100 pounds lowers your car's fuel efficiency by at least 2%. Similarly, tires that are overinflated or underinflated, 2 to 3% decrease in fuel efficiency. But most of all, it's how you drive. If you are going 80 miles per hour, you are being 27% less efficient in your gas usage than if you're going 60 miles per hour. We know who you are. You love to go fast. But overall, even if you build in the differential for being on the road longer, you will be wasting 27% more of your gas by going too fast. So slow down, mellow out, and add that in with all these other things you do. You can really increase your car's fuel efficiency.
Okay, we are interrupting that interview to go to meteorologist Patrick Ellis. There are a couple different things that are working right now in our weather. There's a flood warning, Dyer County, Gibson County, Obion County. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning right now in Shelby County and in Tipton County. Let's listen to Patrick right now. He is on the air at Action News 5 right now. We want to listen into some of his broadcast right now.
See a few higher numbers trying to come in there. You know, we're anywhere from 25 to 35 miles per hour. Now, this is low level stuff because we're very close to the radar site here, but the general track will take it off towards the north and to the east-southeast at about 50 miles per hour. So this thing's zooming. It's pretty quick to move through the area. We have not seen a ton of major issues. I haven't seen any reports of damage from this particular storm yet. Let's hope that that stays the case here shortly. But of course, it is tracking its way off towards the east. Let's zoom out just a little bit and get you a look at the bigger perspective of the showers and thunderstorms that are ongoing. So that's just one storm, and of course it's at a critical time here this morning, 8:28 in the morning, and we do have storms that are making. Okay, all right, so let's take that Midtown camera if we can, and there you go. That's looking off towards the north. So this is looking back towards the storm here, and so there's your thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm, moving off towards the east at about 40-50 miles per hour. We've seen some pictures of the shelf cloud that came along with this as well as it was making its way across the Mississippi River. So this thing's got some gusty winds with it, don't get me wrong. But as far as wide-scale severe weather today, unlikely. We might have a couple of more storms to move through the area that may be a bit more active as this frontal boundary makes progress across the region. Bigger severe weather impacts to the east of us here today. So out east in middle Tennessee, but west Tennessee, north Mississippi, not infected as much, but we are getting at least one severe thunderstorm to make its way across the area here this morning. We'll go back over to the track and push this out. And again, it basically stretches from Covington all the way down south to let me go ahead and clear that out. All the way down south to the 240 loop. So along that track there, and we'll push this out here over the next hour or so, about 45 minutes to an hour. And you'll see the numbers there. Lakeland basically on top of you guys right now. Hickory with by about 840 or so. So this is now moving over into Fayette County. So just a heads up for our friends in Fayette County. This is heading in your direction. Summerville by about 8:53. Whiteville by about 9 o'clock. So we're starting to get closer to Hardeman County at this point. And the general trend here will be down towards the east-southeast at about 50 miles per hour. I don't know if you got one of those TDOT cameras back there, Melissa, that we can take maybe along out towards 269 and I-40. All right, thank you. And we'll work on getting one of those TDOT cameras up so we can show you where the storm is currently located at as it's making its way up there. But again, we're going to hold here for just a few more minutes and give you a full check of what to expect here as we head through the next little bit. This is a look at our downtown High Five camera here this morning. And of course, you see the showers and thunderstorms have already pushed through this part of town. And really and truly, downtown really didn't get a whole lot. Midtown hasn't gotten a lot. We've heard some rumbles of thunder, but that's about the long and short of it here. Some cooler numbers off to the west where we've got rain-cooled air. Harrisburg at 74, 79 West Memphis. It's 82 presently in Memphis as now we're getting that thunderstorm to move through here. 84 in Tunica, 82 as you're starting off in Batesville. And of course, we were talking about that potential for a couple of storms moving in here, possibly a stray shower thunderstorm. It just happened to be that stray thunderstorm just happened to come right over Memphis and Shelby County. Of course, it just happened to also be strong and severe as is doing such here this morning. So we'll zoom back into the severe thunderstorm warning. And again, this thing's about to outrun the warning, honestly. You see the box here goes all the way out to the county line. So I wouldn't be surprised that the next update here in the next few minutes is probably going to have a new warning that comes out probably for southeastern Tipton, southern Haywood, and northern portions of Fayette County if they do issue a new warning. I'm going to go check and see with that. But again, the severe thunderstorm warning ongoing for portions of Shelby County as well as Tipton County. That goes until 9 o'clock this morning. We're not going to hold here the entire time. I just wanted to get us through this this part of the storm and give you a heads up because of the fact that we did have some time here during the Today Show since we were going to weather anyways. And there's another weather hit here at the top of the bottom of the hour here with Dylan Dreyer. Of course, the big story in the weather department in the national sense, big severe weather event going over in the mid-Atlantic states here today. And this is part of that same storm system, this frontal boundary that's making its way through the area. So again, Lakeland, it's on top of you guys right now. The Mason community in southern Tipton County here by about 8:37. So give it another few minutes, but you're probably hearing the rumbles of thunder as you're moving through here. Tons of lightning associated with this over the last couple of minutes. And you see Oakland by about 8:45, Somerville by about 8:56, 9 o'clock or so this morning. So just a heads up, we're giving you those first alerts to our friends downstream of this severe thunderstorm warning. And like I said, that warning box goes until 9 o'clock. It's already past Munford and Atoka and Millington. This is now Arlington, Lakeland. You guys are involved here, and very soon, probably around Eads as well, as you start heading out towards Houston Levee and heading out towards 269 here. There's another storm back out to the west that is also strong. Got a lot of heavy downpours, frequent lightning, some gusty wind potential. That is moving in the same vein down the same pipeline here. So while you just got a thunderstorm moving across Millington and Atoka and Munford, you got another one just behind it that's heading in behind it. And then you've got another one that's kind of loading up behind it, but that one much weaker. But we're about to get another gusty shower thunderstorm that's probably about to move through the northern portions of Shelby County, southern portions of Tipton County. So I do want to give you a heads up on that track as well. I'll clear this out quickly. And then what we'll do here is that we'll do and there you go with that new severe thunderstorm warning. I told you, probably for northern portions of Fayette County, southern Tipton, as well as southern portions of Haywood County. That goes until 9 o'clock as well. So the warning that's probably going to get canceled early, to be honest with you. It's in Shelby County. But this new one, Fayette, Haywood, far eastern Shelby, and far southern portions of Tipton County. That goes until 9 o'clock this morning. The other one also goes until 9 o'clock. So we'll give you another broad overview of what's happening presently. Okay, so let's go ahead and take that, Melissa. So this is a look at I-40 and airline roads. This new airline, this is over in the northeastern portion of Shelby County. And of course, the very heavy rainfall coming through here. This is going to be out closer to Arlington and 269. This general area, of course, you see the rainfall coming through here. If you don't mind, let's go and find one that's going to be on the actually, let's take the downtown camera if we could, the high-five camera downtown. And I would just want to show you where we are dealing with rain and storms. This is what it looks like in downtown right now. And if Brad's back there, let's see if we can move that around, turn it back towards the west, like due west, and just kind of work our way around this, because it looks like we got another shelf cloud that's moving through here, so some gusty winds. That's the I-40 bridge, so you're looking back over towards the Ducks Unlimited Park as well over here. And behind all that, you see it's starting to clear out. So I just want to show you that while we have in one part of the county, it's quiet, i.e. downtown presently. The other part of the county, heavy downpours. So you see Southland Casino off in the distance. And of course, the heavy downpours are heading in our direction as well. So we're about to get another wave of rain. Let's go back over to radar. Want to give a broad overview of what's going on right now. And then we'll send you back over to the Today Show here on Action News 5. But I do want to give you a heads up of where things are and how things are playing out. So let's go with the severe thunderstorm first. And we'll go back over here, and you see some of these lightning strikes coming in here, 74 lightning strikes here within the last couple of minutes. Zoom in a little bit closer, give you an idea of where that storm is currently located at. Mason coming down around the Highway 59 corridor where we had that accident early this morning. And we'll put a storm track on this and take it out towards the east at about 45 miles per hour or so. So again, you start getting out towards the Fayette County Airport by about 9:21, and eventually out, right now it's over Hickory With. Don't know why I did that, but you get the idea here. The general trend here is off to the east at about 45 miles per hour to 50 miles per hour. The other storm behind it also moving into northern portions of Shelby County. And we'll put a track on that behind that one to take it out to where it's currently located at. The first storm is currently located at. It'll move across Millington by about 8:45, Atoka 8:55, Bartlett by about 9 o'clock or so, Lakeland 9 o'clock, and then eventually out towards Hickory With and then Mason at about 9:10 or so. Time right now is 8:36 here on a Monday morning, active Monday morning for parts of the area. Again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's currently in effect for parts of Shelby County. What we'll do here is, again, we'll just give you a quick hour-by-hour look at what to expect for the remainder of the day as this frontal boundary makes its way through the area. Here this morning, of course, the big story is going to be the potential for periods of showers and storms the next couple of days across the Mid-South. We've been tracking that opportunity for storms that will continue to shift out of the area as we get closer to the afternoon hour. So while we have a bumpy start to your morning, the afternoon trends quieter. The afternoon commute looks a little bit quieter across the region with some sunshine building back into the area. Time right now is 8:37. Again, we do have 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings currently in effect. Both of them technically for Shelby County, but given the first one, and it looks like they actually just built in a new severe thunderstorm warning. So I say we're going to go back to programming. Let's just hold here because I got to go back and go look at the other one. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be for the other storm that's coming out of Crittenden County. So that one goes until 9:15. So let's circle back really quickly with the ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings. I was hoping that we could go back to today's show, but you guys just hang with me here this morning. We're tracking 2, now 3 active severe thunderstorm warnings here in the metro area. And again, they're going across the same areas, northern Shelby, southern portions of Tipton County. So as I just mentioned a few seconds ago, we got the one that's moving over into Fayette County, far southern portions of Haywood County, as well as Tipton County, and the new one that's coming out of Arkansas that's about to go over the same exact areas here in the next couple of minutes. So let's go ahead and zoom back in. Let's go to the new severe thunderstorm warning that just came out for northern Shelby. This again goes until 9:15 this morning. It's for this storm right here. And Melissa, if we could, let's try and find an RDOT camera that's going to be like Clarkdale or Gilmore Road or 555, somewhere in that general vicinity. Thank you, ma'am. And we'll work our way around that. So this is the new severe thunderstorm warning. Like I said, that goes until 9:15 this morning. Put a storm track on this as it's making its way across the Mississippi River, and we'll track it out for the next 45 minutes or so. Millington, as I mentioned, you've got about 10 more minutes before the gusty winds move into your area, but really, if you're already where you need to be, again, that's good news. 8:45 Millington, out towards the base. Atoka by about 8:50, so Munford and Atoka by 8:45, 8:50 here this morning. Arlington, your second storm comes in here at 9 o'clock this morning. Lakeland also about 9:10 or so. Hickory With by about 9:12. Oakland by about 9:20 this morning. So that's the second severe thunderstorm warning. Look where West Memphis is. Look where downtown Memphis is. Not impacted by this severe thunderstorm warning, okay? Neither one is like the major population centers technically are involved in the severe thunderstorm warning. But obviously the outlying areas, Millington, Arlington, Lakeland, and Oakland, some of the outlying areas in Shelby and Fayette counties underneath that warning, as well as Atoka, as well as Munford, here with these storms now moving out towards the east at about 40 miles per hour. So it's not just this one storm, it's the multiple storms here moving through this morning. We'll look at the radar loop as we go over the last 2 hours. See, again, 2 storms in a row. Once these move out, we'll have some more opportunities for a few more showers and thunderstorms as we go through the next few hours as the whole front works its way down towards the south. This is not an all-day situation, but we told you probably mid-morning, and we told you about mid-morning. We probably have these showers and thunderstorms, and that's what we're dealing with. Let's go over to that RDOT camera. This is a look at, you said Clarkdale Road? Okay, so this is Clarkdale Road, so this is along I-55 here, and of course this is where the severe thunderstorm is currently located at and is about to move across the Mississippi River there into northwestern Shelby County out near Shelby Forest, as well as Highway 51, Millington, and then probably gets as far south as maybe the north end of Fraser. That's probably about the extent of it, so that's where we are presently. Let's go back over to radar and show you again the general progression of these storms as they're making their way off towards the east at about 50 miles per hour. Put a stop on this and give you an idea. Again, the active severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently in effect for the area. We've got 2, and we'll go back over to the original one, 8:41 the current time. The original severe thunderstorm warning that is now pushing past Oakland, coming right down I-40 and right down Highway 61. That's what we're dealing with now. We've got Oakland right on top of you guys presently, Summerville by about 8:50. This is the first storm, by the way, first storm track. Whiteville by 9 o'clock, and eventually you're getting out towards like Hickory Valley, heading over towards Hardeman County as we get closer to about 9:05 or so. So as you're starting to head over into Hardeman County, heads up to you guys as well. And let's, if we could, take the High 5 camera that's in Midtown, turn it to the north, and have that ready for me as well, guys. I appreciate you guys in the back dealing with this early on a Monday morning. And of course, it is an active Monday morning from the standpoint that we've got a lot of kids who are going back to school today in Memphis and Shelby County. And unfortunately, this is some of the folks, drop-off times and dealing with this morning. So unfortunate situation with this. Have not seen any reports of damage coming in, so that's good news with that. But still, needless to say, an active morning that could have impacts for some across the Mid-South here this morning. So that's where we stand with it presently. With the first severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is the one that's now moving out of Shelby into Fayette County. And that has a track that will take it across Summerville by about 8:50 this morning. It's basically coming right down Highway 64. Let's go over to the other storm, and I'll put a storm track on this one as well. Again, they're both moving at about, clear that out, they're both moving at about 50 miles per hour. And you see the latest update of the radar coming around. And we'll put storm track on that. Actually, clear that out again. Put storm track on that from where it is in Millington, crossing Highway 51, coming right down 385 across Austin P here, probably in the next 10 minutes or so. You see Rosemark at 8:50, so about 10 minutes or so across Austin P. Lakeland, Brunswick, out near Sledge Road. Those areas, 8:50, 8:55 or so. So north of Bartlett, heading out towards, along Summer, heading out towards Lakeland. Highway 70 as you're getting closer to Arlington, here probably closer to 9 o'clock. Mason, 9:07. Oakland by 9:12 and 9:21 for the second storm in Somerville. So you get one storm here between now and about, say, 9:15 over our 9 o'clock over in Somerville, and then the second one's right behind it. Let's take that Midtown High 5 camera. This is looking to the north. So this is looking back over towards this new severe thunderstorm that's now moving into Shelby County. Ominous look here. Of course, Midtown dry as a bone right now. Not a drop, basically, coming down here in Midtown, but obviously a different story in other sections of the Action News 5 coverage area, primarily, again, northern Shelby, southern portions of Tipton County with this severe thunderstorm. And Brad, if you could, let's try to turn it back towards the east. Let's look at, and try to see the other storm. So again, this is the northern storm that's just now moving into Shelby, and we'll try to see if we can see the exiting storm out of Shelby, and you can kind of see it here. This is the back end of that first storm that's now exiting out of Shelby County, heading over into Fayette County. Let's go, keep turning it back towards the southeast, and hearing the rumbles of thunder here at the station, and kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at. Again, this is the back end of the first storm. So, and now you're seeing the front end of the second storm. Very ominous. Actually, keep turning. I want to see if we, again, another shelf cloud looking feature there, moving right towards Midtown. So again, while we're not dealing with heavy rainfall or major issues here in Midtown or downtown for that matter, you're still going to get some gusty winds potentially moving through here as that gust front moves through. But of course, the main impact is going to be off to the north where we have that severe thunderstorm warning active. So you can see the clouds. I mean, just like billowing towards down the Union and down Madison right now, right towards the Midtown camera here at 1960 Union. Let's go back over to radar. And again, visuals can give you a good indicator of what's going on. But again, this is the storm that of note now moving into northwestern portions of Shelby County as the storm makes its way down the pipeline, crossing over highway, coming right down the pipeline of 385. So this is going to be like Covington Pike, Singleton Parkway, crossing there over on the south side of the base and right through the heart of Millington. It'll cross Austin P here in the next couple of minutes. Give it about 5-10 minutes. So our friends in Raleigh, Egypt, those areas going to be dealing with the storm. Actually, I'd say, basically from Fraser to Raleigh right now, probably some gusty winds moving through there as well. So our heads up for our friends there. And Melissa, if you could, let's go ahead and pull up MLGW customers, see if we got any power outages coming in. I would assume that probably, given we're getting a 1-2 punch here this morning, I wouldn't be surprised if we do have some power outages that are about to come in. Again, the bulk of this storm is probably going to stay down in the northern Shelby and stay out of Tipton, but even for our friends up in southern Tipton County, up around Munford and Atoka, yes, you're probably going to get some gusty winds. Yes, you get a little bit of rain, but the core of that storm is mainly centered over northern Shelby County right now. Starting to get a little bit of rain down towards Collierville, heading out along 385. Really, it'd start somewhere around Kirby. With some rain, some light rain at least, but no severe weather in that part of Shelby County. Let's clear this out. And we'll put the loop back on, and so you can kind of see the general progression of the storms as they're making their way off towards the east. First wave of storms, again, approaching Summerville right now. As I told you, about 8:50. It's on top of you guys basically at this point. The next wave of storms is about 30 minutes behind. So about 30 minutes behind, you'll get the storms over in Summerville as well as Oakland. But right now, the call to action is for our friends in Millington and Arlington as well as Lakeland. You just had one storm. You're about to get another one here in the short order, and of course it's all outside of 240 right now. It seems like most of the bigger impacts. All right, so let's take that outage map really quickly, and there you go, up near I guess that would be Millington. Yeah, on the west side of Millington, you got a fair amount of power outages starting to come in here. Right now, 974. Could be worse. But obviously, we're getting one storm coming in and exiting. You got another one coming in, but the highest impact here is going to be near Millington on the west side, heading out towards Shelby Forest. So that's where we've got the highest impacts right now. And of course, it just happened to be about the same area where we had the spike in wind velocity, and that's what prompted the severe thunderstorm warning. We probably have a few isolated instances of power outages sprinkled through East Memphis. Like Mount Moriah and heading out towards Poplar and Union and Hickory Grove. We also have a little outage here again on 240. That actually is around South Parkway, so in that general vicinity there. So let's go back over to radar. Again, we've got 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll stop the radar here and show you again, and as I mentioned a few minutes ago, probably we go downstream, go into Hardeman County. New severe thunderstorm warning is going to come out for Hardeman County as well for the first storm. So this is Hardeman, Chester, southern portions of Madison County, and then McNairy County with the new severe thunderstorm warning that just came out for this part of the world until 9:30. Again, this comes from this severe thunderstorm, so I do want to put a storm track on this as it pushes off towards the east at about 50 miles per hour. And for some reason, maybe it's just me that's doing this. I don't know. We'll clear that out. Go back over to the track. And we'll track it from Somerville. I know I just messed that up again. See if we can get it correct. Somerville, yes. So maybe if I... See, Ron Childers has this set up for his left-handedness, and I'm right-handed, so he told me that this was going to happen at some point. Whiteville by about 8:57, eventually making its way out towards Hornsby by about 9:24, Henderson 9:31, so we're talking Chester County, Bethel Springs, and Adamsville getting closer to about 9:40. So again, the storm's making its way off towards the east fairly quickly this morning at about 50 miles per hour. That's the first severe thunderstorm warning. That one has cleared Shelby County with the exception of some heavier pockets of rain along 269 between Arlington down to Collierville. But the next wave of storms is not far off. It is moving in your direction. Time right now is coming up on 8:51. 8:51 right now. And again, new severe thunderstorm warning with strong winds moving across northern portions of Shelby County. We can still hear the rumbles of thunder moving across Shelby County right now, but obviously inside 240, it's quiet. I just showed you that MLGW number, those MLGW numbers, and we have some sporadic power outages popping up in other locations that are not being impacted by storms. Again, it could have been from the outflow boundary as the storms were moving through. Get that gust front that moves through. We saw that on Saturday with this severe thunderstorms that moved through. And the general trend here with this storm makes its way off towards the east at about 50 miles per hour. Put another storm track on this to give you an idea of where this storm is going. in the next few minutes. We'll take it out about 40 minutes or so. And again, Lakeland, basically on top of you guys right now. It's coming up past Ledge Road. This is coming out towards Arlington. Highway 70, Lakeland, basically on top of you guys. But it looks like the strongest part of the storm right now is right along 385, crossing Austin P presently. Again, very heavy rainfall, also gusty winds now moving across portions of Millington. Of course, we saw that the highest impacts of MLGW customers being impacted right now is in the west side of Millington at the present. We'll clear this out and we'll go back over to kind of a broad overview of where we are currently located at here this morning. On the bigger scale, see another cluster of thunderstorms down to the south and west. Those showers and storms are moving right through Little Rock. They're non-severe right now, but this is all in association with the cold front that's making its way through the area. Not many storms out there. For our friends in North Mississippi, it's quiet for the most part. You see one little shower in northern portions of Tunica County, and then we have some lingering showers back over into Arkansas, but really and truly, just as the storms came across the river, that bluff effect apparently, as soon as they came across the river, we had the storms really get a little bit more active. Go back over to velocity. Actually, let me zoom in really quickly. I want to show you guys where the storms are located at again, and get a pan and zoom over there into this severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently in effect. And again, we'll go back over to velocity to show you which way the winds are blowing inside the storm. Again, probably the highest impact of wind presently is probably the first severe thunderstorm warning that is now moving through northern portions of Fayette County, far southern areas of Haywood County at this point, heading out towards the Whiteville area here shortly as that line of storms progresses pretty quickly off to the east. We'll put a few of these numbers on here. And again, the second severe thunderstorm warning has some wind gusts, 30, 40 miles per hour. And then this one, I think this may be contaminated a little bit, but suggesting at least aloft 65 mile per hour winds, 64 mile per hour winds moving through northeastern portions of Fayette County. I say that because, again, from the radar site, remember the Earth curves underneath this radar beam. And as it does so, it gets higher and higher up into the atmosphere. So by the time it gets out here to northeastern portions of Fayette County, we're looking at about 3,000 feet up into the sky. It's not necessarily ground true surface, but when you're up here in northeastern Shelby County, it is closer to the surface. It may be closer to about, 300 or 400 feet above the surface that you've got those winds 30 and 40 miles per hour. But here we're looking at about 3,000 or 4,000 feet up, and you've got wind velocities of 50 plus miles per hour. That can easily be transferred down to the surface, though, as those storms are moving through, and you can get that wind velocity really spread out as the winds come down, descending through the downdraft of a thunderstorm. So again, that's where the winds are currently located at, where the strongest impacts are. Back over to the traditional radar, this is how much the rain is coming down, how hard the rain is coming down mode. And again, the first severe thunderstorm warning is about to move over into Hardeman County here shortly. And then the second severe thunderstorm warning is about to move through Shelby County and should be out of the county, I'd say probably within the next 15 minutes or so. But again, if you're inside 240, it's pretty quiet outside of those rumbles of thunder. Let's go ahead and take, Melissa, if you take one of the TDOT cameras, I'd say like either Covington Pike or Jackson up along 40 and see if we can get a view from there, see what's going on, ground truth on the roadways here this morning on that. And then we'll circle back here and look at what else is happening. Put another storm track on the first storm. The second storm, rather, as it moves off towards the east at about 40 to 50 miles per hour here. Again, on top of Lakeland, basically at this point, 8:55 in the morning. Germantown, that may be that's a little outside. I'd say Germantown Parkway, north end of Germantown Parkway, probably by about 9:07 or so. Oakland 9:15, Somerville, as I said, you're about 30 minutes removed from the first storm. You get the second storm. Whiteville by about 9:40, and eventually moving out towards Bolivar and Tune as we get closer to 9:50 in the morning. So that's the second storm that's currently moving through Shelby County. The first storm's already out of Shelby County. The next storm is coming down the pipeline and should be impacting the eastern side of Shelby County here shortly. But again, inside 240, it's pretty quiet. I understand if you're in downtown, midtown, you know, it's not that bad, but for our friends who are up in some of the outlying suburbs here this morning, it's pretty impactful here. All right, so let's take that TDOT camera. This is going to be a 40 at Covington Pike. Looks like we are looking west. So we're looking back towards Memphis from here. But again, you see the rain has come down and no major issues of wind, it seems like, at least in this part of the world right now. I could probably guess that if you go farther north, you start getting up along Austin P, you'd probably be running into some of those gusty wind potentials up there closer to Raleigh, along Austin P, heading out towards Old Brownsville and eventually making its way over into Arlington here shortly. Speaking of that, let's go over, go back over the radar, but let's go ahead and call up a TDOT camera that's going to be near Arlington. Okay, thank you, ma'am. And again, we've got that one severe thunderstorm warning moving through. And once we get all of this out of here, the weather will improve for the afternoon hours for today. We just have to get past a messy start to your morning. I mean, you know, we started off with sunshine, and if you were waking up with us here on Action News 5 this morning, we were tracking the showers and storms over in central Arkansas. Said probably mid-morning we would get these storms to move through here, and unfortunately they just happened to get a little bit more active than anticipated, but still the timing of this is right on par with our forecast for today. You see a couple of showers and storms also flaring up down towards the south, down into Mississippi this morning. Let me clear that out, and we'll pan down there really quickly. This is going to be northern Tunica County and far western DeSoto County, far western Tate County. Little downpours, nothing crazy there. Far northern portions of Marshall County, a little downpour there. Nothing crazy, nothing to write home about. Even inside of Shelby County, it's not the entire county that's being impacted here. It's really just the northern side of the county that's being impacted as the line of storms makes its way off towards the east at about 50 miles per hour. All right, so let's go ahead and take that camera. 385 and 70. So this is going to be in Arlington, and this would be where the core of that severe thunderstorm warning is currently moving through. You see the sheets of rain shooting past there. Again, this is at 385 in Arlington, moving off to the east. So this is where the core of that severe thunderstorm is presently. So this is what it looks like on the roadway. You see some folks on the roadways here this morning. See the sheets of rain coming right down Highway 385 here. Again, this is in northeastern Shelby County. Tons of lightning associated with it as well. But, you know, if you know somebody out here in this part of the world, just let them know this is what you're dealing with, is the gusty winds now pushing through there. It looks like we're probably getting some at least 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but probably closer to 40 in some of these storms as they're moving through here. I'm just trying to see a little closer how the trees look and how they're moving. But this is the view of what's going on in Arlington right now. And you see probably one of those higher gusts getting involved there on the TDOT camera. Again, this is 385 and 70 to give you a perspective of where this is located at. You see some folks on the roadways, not many, but this is an impactful storm nonetheless that probably does have some severe rated winds. Let's go back over to radar. Let's keep that shot though ready to go, because we're probably going to come back to that.
We're going
here in just a second.
We're going to be monitoring the situation here on the Action News 5 digital desk right now. Again, severe weather warnings in Shelby County, mainly the northern part of Shelby County. No tornado warnings whatsoever, but meteorologist Patrick Ellis is on top of it right now, and we'll continue to monitor that, bring you updates here on the Action News 5 digital desk. If you also want to watch coverage, you can go to WMC TV 5. He is on right now doing some coverage. But first, I want to go now to an interview that we have set up here with the managing partner and majority owner of Elvis Presley Enterprises. Joel Weinshaker is joining us now to talk about Elvis Week that's coming up in just a few days. Joel, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well. Hopefully everyone's safe getting through that storm.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a lot of stuff that we're monitoring right now, but certainly nothing too crazy or too severe right now. Just a lot of rain and a little bit of wind. But, you know, Elvis Week is something that is so big and so much of a tradition here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Thousands from all over the country, all over the world come to Graceland, and this year does not expect to disappoint at all. Tell us some of the highlights about this year's Elvis Week.
It's really, if you think about it, it's really to remember and appreciate Elvis, and people do. Tens of thousands of people come in from all over the world. And, if you think about how important that is even to Memphis tourism, because August is, kids are going back to school and it's a little bit of a decline. But it's just so important. And even more so because, if you think about it, this year we're not only remembering Elvis, we're remembering Lisa.
No question about it. Go ahead.
It's gonna be memorable. It's gonna be really interesting. We have guests that have never appeared before. Linda Thompson, who was, very important to Elvis over a number of years. Jerry Schilling will be here. We're doing a conversations with for Lisa. And one of the things I'll share with y'all, if you promise not to tell anybody yet, because we're not going to do anything. We're not going to tell anybody about it till next week. Elvis was really big into giving back. And he used to have yearly, he used to give $1,000 each to 50 Memphis charities. And obviously there's been a little bit of inflation since. And when Elvis passed away, I asked everyone to not bring flowers, to not do anything, but to actually donate money to the Elvis Presley Foundation. And we're going to announce next week that the first part of those donations, we're going to donate $5,000 each to 20 worthy Memphis charities. And that's going to be the first batch of the donations, by far not the last. And it's really important because it was really important to Elvis. It's really important to our community in Whitehaven, to Memphis, and to Shelby County.
That's fantastic news, and that's certainly gonna brighten a lot of charities and local organizations' day when that announcement is made. Do you know when that announcement's going to be made? That's exciting.
Yeah, you all are the first people hearing about this. I actually had to call Jack, who's Jack is the president at Graceland, and he's been there forever and ever, just to make sure, if I do this, can we actually make sure we put it together in time? So we're going to be announcing it on the 15th in Lisa's conversation, which will really be just, you're going to see amazing footage, things that you've never seen before with Lisa. There's going to be a number of announcements, but we're going to be listing the 20. And I'm sure my phone's going to start ringing after this interview starts airing, but it's going to be the first. So this isn't the only donations we're making this year. We're also going to do a really nice and special Christmas round of donations, but it's going to be the first of many.
Let's talk about, you mentioned off the top, this is not only Elvis Week and certainly remembering Elvis, but also Lisa Marie. Tell me how different some of the programs are and the plans this year.
It's similar and it's different. It's going to be different because, Elvis chose, very succinctly to leave everything to Lisa. It wasn't by accident. It wasn't by happenstance. I think somehow he knew that Lisa would be the one to carry his torch to really do the things that Elvis wanted to do. And she had said to me many times that the best years of her life by far were those years she spent in Memphis with her dad. So there's going to be, Lisa's going to be sprinkled throughout. Her voice is very important. What we're going to be doing over the next 5 or 10 years at Graceland, we built the largest hotel 6 or 7 years ago that had been built in Memphis in almost 100 years. We added tens of millions of dollars in taxes that go to the city, county, in terms of more people coming to Graceland, spending more time, doing more things at Graceland. And to honor Lisa, to honor Elvis, we're going to be doing a lot more things. There's going to be some really great television specials. There's going to be some really great movies coming out in the future that the estate is involved in. So it's about, Elvis is forever. He is one of those people who lasts beyond generation after generation. When you come to Graceland, the largest group of people aren't in their 60s or 70s. They're in their 20s and 30s because he was that important. And when you saw the great Baz Luhrmann movie, you were reminded by that. But it's going to be sprinkled throughout. But what you're going to see is the positivity. We're past COVID. We're past all of these restrictions. We're living our lives again. And Elvis really defined what it meant to live an American life, to live with those opportunities. We're in a land of opportunity. We try to give opportunities to people. And what you're going to see is a resilience, is people coming back and saying, we deserve to be happy. We deserve to do fun things.
All kinds of music, various discussions, listening events, concerts, different different things that are happening over several days here. It begins on Wednesday, and some great names that are going to be a part of this event. Can you talk about some of the names and how people can get involved?
It's obvious. Listen, Jerry Schilling is always at the top of my list. He was Elvis's best friend. He was the person who really made sure that Elvis was taken care of even after he died. He did everything that he could. And he still does to this day. And there aren't many people who are in Elvis's lives today who really think about Elvis first. Linda Thompson, who is really important. And when you come through Graceland, the last renovation that was actually done, obviously we didn't change anything before Elvis's death was Linda. She actually, and she's doing a small private tour one night to talk about that. Unfortunately, it sold out as soon as it went on. But there are, dozens of people in Elvis's lives who are going to be there. There are something for everything, regardless of what portion of Elvis's life. If you like, the people who sing like Elvis, if you like to watch films that you've never seen before, all of these things last for a week. There are things for everybody. If you check out the schedule on Graceland.com, there's something for everybody. And it's really just a time to remember and to appreciate who Elvis was and what he has spawned, what he has done for America, what America became because of Elvis.
You got Dennis Quaid, Lee Majors, Jay Osmond, John Schneider, Pam Tillis, Darlene Love. Looks like an amazing schedule from August 9th through the 17th. Anything else we can mention, Joel, that we haven't mentioned you feel is important that you'd let our viewers know?
No, it just really, we do this, as illogical as it seems to people in Memphis. This isn't about earning a lot of money that we do this. We do this for Elvis, but we also understand the importance of what this does in August for Memphis. It's really about bringing people from all over the world who aren't spending a few hours, which is what they used to do at Graceland, on their way to Orlando or wherever they were going, but actually get them to spend several days and really discover Memphis. So it's about Graceland, but it's also about Memphis.
Okay, and if anyone wants to check out some of the events and some of the spectacles happening between August 9th and August 17th, you can go to Graceland.com. Joel Weinshanker, really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much. Good luck on this year's Elvis Week.
Great. Thank you all.
Okay, appreciate that. All right, so now let's talk a little bit about the Memphis Zoo, because the Memphis Zoo is, of course, one of the finest zoos in the country. It is constantly up in the top 10, top 5. Sometimes it wins the top award. For many of us here, we know it is the #1 zoo. Well, there's something brand new that you can do at the zoo, something that Kim Clark focused on in her 5-star story to showcase yet another reason why we love not only the Mid-South, but the Memphis Zoo.
The Memphis Zoo, consistently ranked one of the top zoos in the country, is home to more than 500 species of rare and exotic animals. And while there is always plenty to see and do during a regular visit, the zoo's expanded Close Encounters program is truly something to roar about.
Our Close Encounters are a program for our guests to get an inside look at what animal care and conservation looks like at the zoo. We get to take them behind the scenes and see some of our animals up close.
Our Close Encounter started with the zoo's 2 white rhinos, Maggie and Keto.
They're kind of sweet. We actually kind of compare them to a puppy dog crossed with a tank.
Puppy indeed. Keto seemed to enjoy my pets and scratches. White rhinos were once considered extinct, but thanks to conservation efforts, they're at a safer status today than in years past. And their sheer majesty and size can only really be appreciated up close.
So a lot of people are just really impressed with their size, because this is as close as you're going to be able to get to a rhino.
From supersized rhinos to something more petite, red-ruffed lemur triplets Carme, Titan, and Puck, and the more senior black and white lemurs Pepe and Penelope did not disappoint with their all-seeing eyes, gracefully taking raisins right from my fingertips.
They're smart, and they're fun to work with, they're fun to spend time with, and they have really awesome personalities.
And speaking of personality, Asian small-clawed otters Ankar, Amiri, Tanaka, Indari, and Shah have plenty. along with their love for mealworms and fish.
They have definitely been the most popular. People definitely love the lemurs, but everyone really loves otters.
Hagrid, Frank, Al, and Fred are the zoo's Galapagos tortoises. Maybe not something you think of petting, but not so fast.
So they really enjoy petting the tortoises, and it helps that the tortoises really enjoy being pet, as well as all the free lettuce they get.
In addition to the petting and feeding, you're also likely to take away a good bit of information during your close encounters, like tortoises can require multi-generational ownership, so research carefully before considering one as a pet.
People really seem to be interested in how old they can get and how big they can get. And they can get very old, up to 150, and they can get very big, up to 550 pounds.
How about meeting one of the 17 African black-footed penguins that reside at the Memphis Zoo? On this particular day, our little hen Millie wasn't interested in an encounter, but that's not completely unexpected.
Because while they do live in the zoo, they are still a wild animal, and we want to offer them the choice and control in this situation, so they get to choose how much they want to interact with the people versus how much they don't want to interact.
After all, zookeepers say the whole point of these close encounters is not to invade the animal's sense of security, but to further the Memphis Zoo's mission of creating adventures and saving wildlife.
I want you to take a look at this. This is the latest edition of Memphis Magazine, and it's the City Guide. And I always remark at how awesome the cover looks, how pretty, how beautiful. Check that out. The animation is spectacular, and you can see all the different various landmarks and staples across Memphis and the Mid-South right there. Let's bring in the editor of Memphis Magazine, the CEO of Contemporary Media, Anna Traverse Vogel, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Anna, the City Guide is a big issue each and every year. How does this year compare to others? Good morning.
Hey, Andrew. Good morning. So great to see you. Yeah, we are just delighted with this year's City Guide. We're always trying to think about how to keep it fresh. This is actually the 40th year that we have been producing a City Guide. So it's an exciting issue for us just to think back on all the different incarnations that City Guide has had over those years. And this one especially just feels really special, really personal to us. The cover illustration is by Martha Park, who you may remember also illustrated our June cover for our medical Top Doctors issue. And for the cover, we chose to, as you said, just spotlight some of the different landmarks around town. Of course, there are so many more that we could have featured, but this actually ties into one of my favorite features in City Guide this year, sort of a new thing that we did this year, which was to explore different neighborhoods around the city. I don't know about you, but I feel like Memphis is such a city of neighborhoods that have their own distinct flavor and character. And so we just really wanted to dive into those and talk about what makes them so special. And so Martha illustrated some really beautiful landmarks that represent different neighborhoods. And the cover is a condensation of all of those, but there's much more inside as well.
I love it. I love it. I love the cover, and I love the neighborhoods that Memphis has. I think you're right. Each neighborhood has, its own personality, and it doesn't matter where you go in East Memphis or Midtown, and in the different neighborhoods, Evergreen and Central Gardens and Cooper Young. I mean, they're all very distinctive in their own right, and it's really enjoyable to see the various neighborhoods, and so that is a part of this year's City Guide. For someone who doesn't know or isn't familiar with Memphis Magazine, can you explain exactly what the City Guide is?
Sure. So the City Guide is, as the name might give away, sort of an introduction to all things Memphis, or a reintroduction for those of us who maybe have been here for longer. We, in the early days, used to refer to it as a newcomer's guide. And then we realized that actually most of our readers are people who are already living here and might just appreciate some more information. And so Yeah, we include features about all manner of Memphis culture, life in Memphis. So there's a story about Memphis music. And this year, Alex Green, our music writer, chose to focus on the hard rock coming out of Memphis. Not necessarily something that we might think of immediately, but there's actually a really long history here and a lot of great art coming out of here in that sphere. We also have a story about what's going on with the Metal Museum's move to Overton Park and what all that's going to look like. Of course, we have our annual Who's Who selections. So we each year in August do a rundown of the city's newsmakers and movers and shakers. So if you aren't familiar with the people who make Memphis the town that it is, that's at least a good place to start. Of course, there are, as always, with so much of what we do, so many more people that could be included, but this is a little over 100, and just try to give a great breadth of people who are working in different areas of the city. And there's really so much more as well in the City Guide. There's a story about sports, and Frank Murtaugh, our sports writer, talks about really things to be excited about and things to be grateful for in Memphis sports. I think it's been a year where there have been maybe a few things in the local sports community that have not been as happy, but we try to have really good vibes in our City Guide. So Frank wanted to put a spotlight on things that are going well, things to celebrate. So there's just so much like that.
Fantastic. I can't wait to read it. I'm sure it's in my mailbox today. I wanted to go back just to kind of look at the cover just a little bit and see if I can get all the different landmarks that you have there.
Yeah, it's a pop quiz.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm looking upper left. Is that the zoo or no?
Upper left is the Orange Mound Tower. So that's right. the building in Orange Mound that you can see from Lamar, that the good folks at Tone, the Black Arts Alliance, are working on a very long range plan to restore and turn into a cultural and creative hub.
I love it. Yes, yes. And then the house next to it.
The house is just a house. So, when we were talking about this this cover with Martha, we talked about the idea to spotlight different neighborhoods. And so one of the things that we decided to do was to include some quieter scenes that just gave a sense of what it might be like if you're driving through Memphis on a summer evening. And so we wanted to just give that quiet residential community feeling in that house, and then also the one on the bottom row. And then I'm sure the third piece of the top row.
Right. So Overton Park Shell. Then we have on the second line Graceland, the Overton Park entrance there, and then we have Ballet Memphis.
So that's actually Collage. So yeah, that is Collage Dance Collective that you see if you're coming in on Sam Cooper. And they have those really big like picture windows over at Collage, and it's a beautiful facility. Of course, we love Ballet Memphis too, but we included Collage as sort of a doorway into the Binghamton neighborhood. And again, when we talked about this with Martha, we talked about wanting to give a sense of the interplay between the outside and the inside. So you'll see little dancers in the windows there. And it's just this sense of like seeing the building, but also seeing the life that's happening within it. So I love the glow from those windows and the dancers.
Yeah, no, that's a great animation there. Of course, Stax Museum is right there on the bottom left, and then Gibson's Donuts. What that's surprising to me.
Yeah, so we wanted to include something that felt very East Memphis, and we love that old neon sign that they have. And if you read the neighborhoods feature that Frank actually wrote on his neighborhood of East Memphis, one of the things that he talks about is stopping by and grabbing some donuts.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, we all love Gibson's Donuts. What's not to love? So appreciate that. Anna, it's fantastic. I can't wait. Is there anything else you wanted to mention before we let you go on the City Guide?
Just want to thank, my team for their efforts. This is one of our bigger issues that we put out over the course of any given year. So it is a labor of love and maybe emphasis on the labor part. They worked really hard to put this together for our community and our readers. So just an amazing team of creatives and of salespeople who work to make independent local work like this possible. And I just am so grateful for all of them and to y'all for giving us the chance to spotlight it.
Absolutely. All right. Anna Traverse Vogel, we appreciate you, editor of Memphis Magazine, CEO of Contemporary Media. Thanks so very much for joining us. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. We've been talking a lot about back to school season. It's certainly upon us. There are some school districts that are already back in class this week. And as the weeks go by, more and more school districts will be back in the class. And then about a month from now, you're going to have the fall of college universities across Memphis and the Mid-South. They're going to be going back to school right now. And there are some conversations that most likely you want to have, perhaps you need to have, or maybe you haven't thought about having before your child steps foot on their college campus. Let's bring in someone to talk more about those tough conversations you need to have with your child. I'm joined now by David McGee. He is the author and creator of the William McGee Institute for Student Wellbeing at the University of Mississippi. And David, I appreciate you joining us this morning. What is the number one thing that parents should talk to their children before they step on foot of a college campus? Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, in this day and age, and this is such an important conversation you're having, all parents need to listen. And it goes all the way down to middle school, frankly, students. Pills can kill. And these students today have grown up in an era that you can swallow a pill for anything. They think maybe it was their friend's prescription. The truth is, most of these pills they'll call Adderall or Xanax that are traded, they're counterfeit. And often they have fentanyl and they're deadly. And we see that play out all over the Mid-South.
Tell us about the, I have to say, and full disclosure here, I have a son who is starting at the University of Mississippi this weekend. He's actually doing a summer intersession there, taking 3 weeks and then starting the fall semester. So hotty toddy to you, and I guess to him as well. But tell me about the William McGee Institute for Student Wellbeing. I know it's relatively new.
Yeah, it is. And so I lost a son. My son, William, was an honors college student at Ole Miss, and he ran track, made it all the way to the SEC Outdoor Track and Field Championships in the 400 hurdles. But he self-medicated, and he died of an accidental drug overdose. I myself battled addiction and am in recovery, but we have another son who nearly died and is now 11 years sober, and a daughter who battled eating disorder and is in recovery. So we suffered loss. But what we've seen is that if we can reach students earlier, meet them where they are, help them understand help is available, they can thrive and find their joy they deserve. So we got the William McGee Center opened at Ole Miss, and then the Institute followed. The center works with students on the Ole Miss campus around well-being, substance issues. The Institute's doing work in schools around the Mid-South, even the country, beginning the conversation of, okay, we teach students algebra earlier because we know they need it. What do we need to teach them about their brain, their feelings, how they process emotions, rather than self-medicate? Self-medication ultimately always steals your joy. It does not work.
You mentioned pills that can kill and some of the issues associated with that. And you list, in fact, 5 tough conversations to have with your child before they head off to college. Number 1, pills can kill. Let's go through the list a little bit and go in depth on the 5.
Great. Number 2. Oh man, this is so important, particularly for young men. We find marijuana today isn't your grandmother's marijuana. And we can laugh about that, but it's a fact. Marijuana today is 400 and 500% stronger than it was 20 years ago. It's highly addictive. Most parents don't realize this. I didn't. My sons were using it habitually. I thought it wasn't addictive. That led them into drug dealer relationships who were then selling them pills. Marijuana was paralyzing them. Students today often vape marijuana, which then gets it at potency far in advance of the 400 to 500% stronger. The other thing is you really got to understand, number 3 is today's addict doesn't look like the picture of the disheveled guy on the street corner. Today's addict, particularly at a college campus, very likely may be your roommate, a social member organization, friend. It could be you. Young people don't know how to recognize the signs because so many of their peers are doing the very same thing. So it's important for parents to look for the signs. Are they missing classes? Are they having trouble hanging on to money? Are they not looking you in the eye? The other thing is we have to help students understand, number 4 is self-medication isn't the answer to joy. The studies are clear, but you can cultivate your own joy. And the studies show if we're getting 8 or more hours asleep a night as we need, rest, the outdoors, walking sends blood to your brain. And if you're feeling depressed, a walk in some sunshine is almost like some instant lift. And number 5, you have to understand, parents and students, if you need help, it works. Get it. Anxiety, depression, aloneness, marijuana addiction. It works. It can take some time, but there is no shame in that. And you're not alone. Many of us have been there. And I don't want to bury your children or your neighbor's children. And I've done too much of that, starting with my own.
Wow, that really hits on a number of different issues. And when you tell people about these 5 things that you mentioned, the tough conversations you should have, what has been the reaction from parents and students? I'm curious.
Yeah, so it's been so robust, first from students, honestly, because I'm having a frank conversation that they welcome because they're suffering. Then it's getting me in schools all across the country. Then parents started inviting me, and we were seeing crowds of 200. I was at Christian Brothers School in Memphis. I've been there twice. We had 200 plus parents show up. So actually, I turned that talk into this book I've got coming out this week called Things Have Changed. I didn't really plan on writing a guidebook, but what I found is parents don't have this information. They don't know how to talk to their children. They don't know how things have changed. So I just rolled it up in a guidebook, and now I'll go do the tour in Memphis and beyond all over the country, continuing to spread this gospel.
You mentioned on a number of different levels, things have changed from, say, 20, 30 years ago when we were in college, for example. What would you say is the biggest change and the biggest surprise for parents when you talk about the changes?
I think for parents, the biggest surprise for them is how much their teens and college students are struggling because they're making A's and they've been on a starter on the travel team and they're homecoming queen or this or that. But they're struggling with suicidal ideation and depression and aloneness. It has changed so much. We don't understand yet fully what's happening in this social media era. What we got to know is this generation of students, they're the first ones to come along, born into the iPhone, born into social media apps. And the studies are clear. It's tinkering with their emotions and their mind, how they see themselves, how they view others. Something is happening and it's bigger than COVID. And parents are going to have to dig into. What I say is you got to start having open-ended conversations with your teens. You got to quit telling them how they should feel and what they should do. And you have to ask them, how do you feel?
This is a very interesting conversation and something that needs to be had, certainly. I mean, mental health is something that we constantly talk about for young adults and for teens out there. I mean, it is paramount. You're absolutely right. And certainly screen time and phones and computers are contributing to some of the problems out there. Anything else you want to mention that you haven't touched on, David, that you feel is important with this conversation?
I'd say to parents, you do what I did, which is take a look in the mirror yourself. And I don't say that in a judgmental way. When I looked at myself in the mirror, when I thought my children were struggling, I realized that I had picked up and adapted new habits. And when I addressed those habits, my children responded in accord. Unfortunately, we lost William, but my other two children now are years successful in recovery. And I needed to look in the mirror. I wanted my children to look up to me as a role model. Well, I achieved that. They did. And what I learned is they were watching my every behavior, cracking a drink open at 5 every night, self-medicating myself, you know. And what I would say to parents is, look, I mean, this life is short. You want the best out of it yourself. It never hurts to do that checkup, that self-assessment. Every moment is a new beginning, and that better is just waiting for that first step in that direction.
And, you know, not only the William McGee Institute for Student Wellbeing is on the Ole Miss campus, but I believe most colleges, if not all of them, have some sort of wellness center where students can go if they need that help. It's so important that the parents and the student know that there always is a place that can offer help and assistance in this crazy time where things, as you say, things have changed a lot. David McGee, I really appreciate this conversation. It's so valuable. It's so important to the thousands of people that join us on the digital desk here. Thanks very much. God bless you and your family. I know it's tough to talk about these things, but I know you're helping people at the same time. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys helping us spread the message, and thanks for the work you do.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 digital properties and digital channel 5.5. Let's get you out the door here today on this first day of school for a lot of folks across the Mid-South. We are tracking a potential for some showers and storms to sneak in here. Now, it will not be an all-day situation, but there will be an uptick in scattered showers and storms through the middle and latter portion of this morning as a frontal boundary makes progress across the area. That front will usher in some slightly drier air for a brief moment in time here as we head through the next 24 hours. But really and truly, this pattern is just extremely messy the next couple of days. So while we'll get these opportunities for some showers and storms, an isolated strong or severe thunderstorm can't be ruled out. Gusty winds and hail, the primary issue here. We will translate back into a mixture of clouds and sunshine for the afternoon hours, and temperatures making a run back towards the middle to a few upper 80s. Moisture tracker showing that moisture plume, which is pretty thick. Not as thick as it was a couple of days ago, but still thick enough that it's going to yield us some opportunities for rain and storms as the front works its way down towards the south. That front gets lodged just south of the Mid-South, but could still yield us some opportunities for some showers and storms early tomorrow morning, mainly in North Mississippi and East Central Arkansas. Of course, the deeper moisture will be across portions of southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and back over into central Mississippi and stretching over into the Arklatex. This is going to eventually come back northward as we head into your Wednesday as a warm front drapes itself across the area. And not only that, several waves of showers and thunderstorms will likely come along with this as a new system comes out of the plain states. Here's a look at the first system, that obviously bringing a cold front into the area here today, kicking off a few shower and storm opportunities. Big storm potential today across the mid-Atlantic states, the potential for damaging winds, large hail, a few tornadoes, not out of the realm of possibility, stretching all the way from the Carolinas through Virginia, through D.C., back up into Pennsylvania and into New Jersey as well. Again, a very active day there. Back down to the south, this is a look ahead to tomorrow morning. Showers and thunderstorms becoming more prevalent across portions of Mississippi, back into southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and through the Arklatex and over into Oklahoma. We will stay mostly dry, though we'll get blow-off clouds, so keep us a little cooler for tomorrow, and drier air also moving into play as we head through that time frame. Next system, line lines up right behind the first one. So guess what? This one brings us a wave of showers and storms on Wednesday, but it could be a couple of waves of storms. Several little disturbances coming down the pipeline. First wave late morning, early afternoon. Next wave afternoon and evening. Next wave overnight, Wednesday into early Thursday before it shifts out of the area and should be in an improving state heading into Thursday across the area. Here's a look at the futurecast. And again, this morning got the showers and thunderstorms dropping down towards the south and east. So by lunchtime should be passing past the 240, 269 corridors, heading into North Mississippi. And again, an isolated strong or severe thunderstorm can't be ruled out during this time frame. We'll rebound back through the 80s for the afternoon hours of your Monday, with clouds becoming a little bit more sparse by the time we head into the late afternoon, early evening hours. So we'll see some sunshine during the afternoon hours, but maybe a little too late on trying to get the temperatures to really climb too far up. So that's good news. That'll keep the temperatures at bay, but we do have a chance for some storms here this morning into the early afternoon hours. Look at what happens tomorrow morning. Another wave of storms right along that boundary, as I mentioned, down across North Mississippi, back over into southern Arkansas. Places like Dyer County, Crockett County, back over into Lauderdale, Haywood County, Mississippi County. Probably stay mostly dry. You might catch a quick shower, but I think for the vast majority of us, we'll probably stay dry heading into your Tuesday, with the exception of our North Mississippi communities and East Central Arkansas as well. We'll catch a shower possibly through midday in the metro area and then clearing out yet again. So morning clouds, some sunshine breaks by the end of the day. Highs back in the middle 80s for your Tuesday. Here comes our warm front draping itself across the Mid-South heading into your Wednesday. So we start off with 70s, and look what happens. First wave of storms moves in here late morning, early afternoon. Strong gusty wind potential moving through the area. That's wave number one. Wave number two comes in afternoon and early evening hours. That may shift just past the northern sections of the Action News 5 coverage area. The next wave will come in during the evening and overnight period of Wednesday into Thursday, all the while featuring a chance for some strong and severe storms. The SPC already outlining much of our area underneath a slight level 2 out of 5 risk, but I would not be surprised if we do have parts of the area that go underneath a level 3 risk heading into Wednesday. Again, this is more dynamic than a traditional summertime variety storm system. This is what we're having to contend with. You know, in an El Nino year, which we are now in an El Nino pattern, you have more systems that just come along, and they have a little bit more in the way of storm dynamics to contend with sometimes. Usually in La Nina years, they're stronger latitude, longitudinal systems, but they are also less frequent. So you don't have as many, but they're more potent. In an El Nino situation, you have more systems to contend with, but sometimes they tend to be a bit weaker. But these seem to have a lot of vigor with them, and we've seen that the last couple of weeks. Highs in the 80s, overnights in the 70s. Again, we've got some scattered showers and storms here today. Not an all-day rain. First part of the day is quiet, but again, mid-morning, early afternoon, that's when your best rain chances will be, then clearing out for the afternoon and evening commute. Best rain chances tomorrow in North Mississippi. Wednesday will be several waves of storms. Most folks will probably get wet at some point in time going into Wednesday night into early Thursday. We'll clear things out. Should be fairly quiet for Friday. Another wave of scattered showers and storms on the way for Saturday. So again, an active period of time. Not any one day is a complete washout, but there will be periods of time where showers and storms may be more prevalent than other times. Just be prepared. Keep an umbrella nearby. And of course, we'll enjoy some lower temperatures from time to time, but also you notice the humidity staying elevated during this time as well, so we don't get really a big break on that.
Amanda Hansen hopping on here on the Action News 5 digital desk. And you may have gotten the notification earlier this week about the Shelby County Health Department reporting its first human case of the West Nile virus. Right here along the Mississippi River, we know how bad the mosquitoes can be in our area. So what does this mean for us? How concerned should we be? Well, we have the doctor in here to tell us more. Dr. Shirin Mazumdar, infectious disease specialist at Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. Dr. Mazumdar, glad to have you back on here. It's been a minute.
Hi, Amanda. Great to be here. Great to see you.
So, as I mentioned, first case of the West Nile virus in a human here in Shelby County. What does this mean for us? How concerned should people be?
Yeah, you know, West Nile virus, it's found in all states in this country. And this is really the time period where we start to see cases take off. Normally, it's in the summer through the fall. And the peak period is really mid-August through September. So we really want people to be aware because there are protection measures that they can place and practice to keep themselves protected during this period.
And I want to get to those in just a second. But first, is there a certain population that maybe is more at risk of getting West Nile? And then if you can just go through maybe symptoms, what people should be aware of as far as that goes.
Sure. So if people exhibit signs and symptoms of West Nile disease, it typically happens 2 to 15 days after exposure. The good news is that the majority of people, 80% of people, will not show any signs or symptoms whatsoever after they're infected. About 20% of people will have what we call West Nile fever, and that's very similar to flu-like symptoms. Things like headache, fever, body aches, joint pain, even things like nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, or rash. The good news is that most people recover after a few days, sometimes a few weeks, but a very small subset of the population, about 1 in 150 or less than 1%, will develop a severe disease with West Nile virus. And this typically tends to affect the central nervous system. So if people are affected with this, they tend to have symptoms such as high fever, weakness, tremor, paralysis, and confusion. And this can actually be very serious. Serious disease with West Nile disease carries a mortality rate of about 10%. So 1 in 10 people may die from severe disease. And so we really want people to be protected. Individuals that are at higher risk of infection and severe disease include people over the age of 60, immunocompromised patients, and those that have underlying chronic medical conditions.
And so let's talk about protection. What can people be doing? What steps can they be taking to protect themselves from getting something like this?
So unfortunately, right now, there's not a vaccine available to protect people against West Nile virus. So protection really relies on preventing mosquito bites. So there are the 4 Ds that we recommend for people to practice to stay safe. The first is defend yourself using an EPA-approved repellent. So things like DEET or oil of lemon eucalyptus, even picaridin. And there's actually an EPA search tool that's on the Environmental Protection Agency website that people can find the right repellent for them based on protection time and active ingredients. And I always tell people, put on your sunscreen first and then apply your insect repellent. The second D is dress. You want to make sure you're wearing loose-fitting clothing and things that have long sleeves and pants to minimize skin exposure. And for those individuals that spend a lot of time outdoors, like campers and hikers, they can consider using something called permethrin, which is a spray on their clothes and gear like their boots and tents to help minimize the risk of mosquito exposure. The third D is dusk till dawn. So that is when mosquitoes are out and about. So we encourage people to stay inside if they can. And then the last D is drain. You want to drain any standing bodies of water that you may have outside your house, because that is where mosquitoes breed and lay their eggs. So especially after a storm or a rainfall, you want to make sure you're emptying out any empty buckets, flower pots, toys, and pet dishes. That can really help. And lastly, Amanda, I have parents that ask me quite frequently, what can I do to protect my baby or my child? And there are certain things that you can do to take extra precautions for your little ones. If you're going to be outside with your baby stroller or baby carrier, you can put a mosquito netting to protect your child. And when applying repellent to your child, make sure you avoid their eyes, their mouth, their hands, any open sores or areas of irritated skin.
Good advice, and I'm going to take a lot of those because I am one of those people that likes to go camping. I actually have a camping trip for next weekend, so I'm going to take your advice and make sure I'm doing things to protect myself. You know, I was curious though, for someone that if they ended up with a serious illness, what kind of treatments are there for something like this?
So unfortunately for West Nile virus infection, there's not any specific treatment available. There's no antiviral medication. Antibiotics do not treat a viral illness. So really the care is supportive care. For patients that are recovering at home, we generally tell them to get rest, drink plenty of fluids, take over-the-counter pain medication if necessary. And if someone is sick enough to be hospitalized, normally they're monitored very carefully. We give them IV fluids and pain medication if needed.
Definitely good information. You always are able to lay it out in an easy, simple way to understand. Is there anything else you want to make sure to mention, Dr. Zumner, before we let you go?
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, we are going into that peak season of West Nile virus infection. So it's nothing for people to panic about, but we do want them to be aware and to take precaution if they're going to be outside.
Dr. Sharim Zumner, infectious disease specialist with Methodist of Bonner Healthcare. We always enjoy having you here on the Digital Desk, and you are always welcome anytime.
Thanks so much, Amanda. I appreciate it.
Amanda Hansen here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We want to talk about a program that's really doing great things, an organization that's doing great things in the city of Memphis. We're talking about Families Matter. We recently highlighted them in their Affirm program, which stands for A Father's Involvement Really Matters, but they do several things. They have partnerships with schools and hospitals in the area, and so we're going to be highlighting them today to talk more about it. And joining us here on the Digital Desk is Carol Jackson. She is the Executive Director at Families Matter. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing really good, and I think that y'all are doing such great things in the city of Memphis. As I mentioned, the Affirm program, really incredible. And so let's just, for people that maybe aren't familiar with Families Matter, talk about the organization and the mission.
Well, Families Matter is an organization that we are actually we're a nonprofit, faith-based organization working here in the city of Memphis, the county of Shelby, all of Shelby County, and surrounding areas, teaching youth and adults, families, healthy relationship skills. Our mission is to strengthen families, change lives, and transform Memphis. And we know that education is one way that we can do that. Our major purpose is to work within schools, within churches, with our collaborative partners in order to make Memphis a wonderful place to live. And that's what we're endeavoring to do in all of our programs.
And obviously it's back to school season, kids heading back to the classroom. And I know one of your organizations focuses on young men. Can you tell us more about that program and what it's all about?
Yes, I'd love to. That's the 12 Principles of Manhood, where we're in elementary schools, we're in high schools. We're actually working with some of those collaborative partners teaching that as well, where the men, first of all, I need to just tell you that we believe in men teaching men. And so I believe Frederick Douglass and Troy Cathy made a statement that it's better to build boys than to repair men. And so what we're doing with the 12 Principles of Manhood is helping young men understand character building. It's all about them building character. And, within our program, men teach boys and men so that they begin to see a positive male role model in their lives. We believe that that is so very important. And so the 12 Principles of Manhood, I have to read it because I don't teach those programs, but it's today I will stand and be a man. What you have on the camera right now is one of those sessions. Today, I will stand before my Creator and give thanks for the respect for I am respectfully and wonderfully made. And then there's another principle that talks about how today I will treat women with respect because my mother is a woman. And then it goes on to say, today I will confront my mistakes, admit my mistakes, and learn from my mistakes so that I do not make that mistake again. So these principles are created. There's 12 of them, and they're created so that the person will learn them. First of all, learn it, be able to recite it, and then they will learn a practical way of using it, and then they will learn how to actually apply it to their everyday lives. So it's like a third part to each principle that the young boys and the men are taught so that they can move forward in their lives in a very positive manner.
And really, you mentioned this, but just talking about the father's role in a young man's life, maybe can you share a little bit about the impacts of those who maybe don't have their dad in their life and present, and what that can do for a child?
Well, I actually believe that part of the crime that we experience here in Memphis and around the country has to do with the absence of fathers being in their children's lives. fathers play an important role as far as guidance is concerned. And so when that is not there, so many times what we see, it appears to be anger, because when a child goes up against an adult or something happens and they lash out, that looks like anger. But in so many instances, what's coming forth is hurt that's disguised as anger. And so men, boys, girls, families, they need that they need that man, they need that protection, they need that guide, they need that financial support that men are supposed to give to their children and to their families. Remember, we're faith-based, and I'm unapologetic about that. We're faith-based, and we believe that there was a rule that was given in a book that was created years and years and centuries ago called the Bible. And when we deviate from the Word of God, then we open ourselves up to some of the things that we're getting today. And so our programs are they're biblically based on principles that we receive from the Bible. We don't go in with the Bible talking about that and doing all that. However, it is very much a part of what we're doing and how we do what we do.
And really, it makes a lot of sense what you were talking about. And one thing that stood out to me was even saying the father's role being the protector. And when they're not there, these young men feel like that they need to be the ones stepping up, protecting the family, and helping to be there and provide. And that's tough on a kid.
It's very tough. In fact, my husband was in a class, I believe it was at Robert R. Church Elementary School, and one of the little boys said to him, fifth grader, said to him, I'm the one that protects my family. How does a fifth grader, maybe a 9, 10, maybe 11-year-old young man, young boy, because you're a boy at that point, how does a boy come to the conclusion that at that young age, he has to be the one that protects his family? You know, there's a pattern, and the pattern is you become a boy, then you go into a man, then you become a husband, and then you become a father. So when we get out of that pattern, we've actually gotten into things that cause some of the issues that we currently see on the streets of Memphis and around the country. So there is a pattern that we need to follow, and Families Matters' goal is to help fathers, help them understand their role within the family structure and how they can really impact the lives of their children, be they girls or boys, and the mothers that they fathered these children by.
And, you know, I love the Affirm program. I think that is a great thing that y'all have and that y'all are doing. And, of course, for those, if you were just joining in, it stands for A Father's Involvement Really Matters. So let's kind of talk the flip side. What are some of the positive impacts that happens when there is that father that's present, that's there, that can be the one providing guidance, protection? Talk about that.
Well, when a father is involved in their children's life, and when we're talking about those positive male role models that understand, first of all, that each child is different. So you cannot have a cookie cutter idea of how to raise a child, because each child is different. So we need to know our children. So it can reduce the stress that children go into. And so many times, I was raised my dad died when I was 7. So basically my teenage years, it was my mom and I. But I had uncles that stepped in. I had cousins that stepped in to provide some of that protection. So it reduces some of the stress that children that they have when there's not a positive male role model in the home. What it also does is with so many of our students, it increases their grade level. It increases their grade average in school. So they do better in school. It is a statistical fact that children that grow up in the home with a father there, they feel more protected. And not only that, but they earn more income as they go out into the world. Why? Because they see a person in so many cases that is productive in some field of employment. Another thing that it does is for young women, it decreases the number of young not only young women, but young men, but those that get involved in sexual activities at a young age. So there's so many different things that happen when a positive male role model is in their child's life. And one of the things that we're talking about with Affirm, a father's involvement really matters, is helping those fathers not only understand their role, but also trying to get those fathers to go back into the lives of the women that they have fathered children with and do a co-parenting agreement so that both the mother and the father have come to a conclusion on different things that they want, different goals that they want to set for their children. I believe it is a groundbreaking, revolutionary program, and we are thrilled about being able to do this program in Memphis and Shelby County.
And I know that y'all collaborate with schools, churches, hospitals. Can you talk about those partnerships?
Yes, most definitely. We have some great partnerships with schools, with churches. Of course, you know, everyone is still reeling from COVID, and so we're trying to reestablish a lot of the relationships within Shelby County schools, and that will happen. We have a relationship with Advanced Memphis. We have a relationship with the Women's Foundation. We have a relationship with Agape Child and Family Services. So there's a lot of relationships that we're building. The different employment agencies, barbershops. We are going into the highways and hedges and literally compelling people to understand what we're doing and asking them to support us in whatever way they can so that we get fathers and men into some of these sessions and also help them with jobs if that's what they need, and help them do those things that they need to do to help themselves grow better. So, because so many times when children see you doing better, then they want to emulate what you're doing. So if we can help those fathers, help those moms, then it helps the children. We also have a wonderful collaboration with juvenile court. And so we're trying to work in every segment of Shelby County to make sure we have the right type of collaborations so that we can touch the parents that need to be touched with this program.
And just listening to you talk, I hear your passion, and this is something that obviously is really deep for you to be able to do this. Can you talk about, I don't know if you mentioned this, but when did Families Matter get started? And then what was it? How did you know that this was your calling?
Oh, that's a great question. And thank you for leading me there. First of all, Families Matter was started back in 2004. And my husband and I at that point lived in Denver, Colorado. He had a passion to work with his brother, so he wanted to come to Memphis to do that. And he's a business person, so he was going to work with his brother in church. Well, that mere thought just broke my heart because I left children and grandchildren in Denver, Colorado. So I began to really seek God for the truth. I just wanted to know, if you would allow my heart to be broken to this point, why? And so I began to just seek him. And I found Families Matter just through going to meetings with my brother-in-law. And when I found it, it made sense to me. But at that point, it was a marriage strengthening organization. And I love marriage and I wanted to work in marriage strengthening, but I was in a class and I heard a father say, you know, this is my girlfriend's having a baby and I'll probably have another one with my next girlfriend. And I thought, something's wrong with that. There's something really wrong with that thought pattern. And so I came back and I said to my husband, we have to go deeper with fatherhood. And I believe the reason is because I was a child of a 15-year-old mother. And I still do not know the exact, I don't know my father. And so there's things that I know, pain that I had, that I know that children experience when there is that void and it can't be filled. And so I want to help children. I want to help fathers to understand, first of all, their value within for themselves, and then their value for their children and for their families. And my passion is just because of what I understand that children go through when there's not the right type of guidance to just lead you down the path where you should go. Now, it's not to say you're not going to make some mistakes, you're not going to deviate from that path to some degree, but at least when it's there, you can return to it when you become mature enough to understand that the information that you've been taught is great information and it should be followed. So my passion comes from, first of all, my background, and then the mere fact that my husband and I have 6 children, and I recognize without a shadow of a doubt that they would be on a totally different path if we had not been able to keep it together and do our work within our family together, building healthy relationship skills with our children, with their teachers, with people around them, and helping them understand who they are and the importance of who they are.
And we see you putting that passion into play with all the work you're doing. If we have a viewer that's watching right now, maybe looking for some support and some of the services that y'all offer, what do they need to do?
What we ask them to do, first of all, is contact Families Matter. And you can do that a couple of ways. You can do that by calling our number, which is 901-260-8520. And you can also follow us on social media. So we are here to serve. I believe that we all of the people that we have brought on with us are as passionate in some cases as I am, as far as making sure that this work is done and that we do it with excellence. So I thank you for this opportunity, and families do matter. That's the groundbreaking rule for what I'm all about, is the mere fact that families do matter.
And if there's people right now that are watching that say, you know what, I feel called to help, how can the public get involved?
I want them to call me, because when we're talking about getting involved, I need them to understand the importance of being involved. You know, when we go into the schools and when a teacher or administrator, principal, whoever it is, invite us in, especially to do 12 Principles of Manhood, that involvement is a school year involvement, because from the time they invite us into the school, when we start teaching the 12 Principles of Manhood, we want those 2 individuals that are assigned to a particular school to be with those students the entire school year. So we go in sometime in September, because school the teachers have to get themselves together at the beginning of school. So when they invite us in September, October, then we're with those students from October until school ends in May. And we want the same 2 individuals to be in that particular classroom. So in order to be involved, I would love for them to contact me. And my cell phone number again is 901-351-1124.
Well, Carol, this has just been such a great interview, and I can see your passion, and so I'm so glad that you're putting it to use the way you are. And of course, good luck as you continue into this new school year, and feel free to come back on the Digital Desk anytime.
I would love to come back on the Digital Desk. And I want to say one more thing. We're having another graduation coming up on August 17th for the Affirm program. And at this graduation, I believe there's about 11 people that will be graduating or receiving some type of milestone payment for the accomplishments that they've had within the last 8 weeks. So please join us on that date.
Well, Carol Jackson, Executive Director for Families Matters, thank you so much, and you have a great one.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 digital desk, telling you about an exciting upcoming show that you are going to be able to check out at the Heindel Center for Performing Arts August 13th at 3 p.m. The Oak Ridge Boys. And man, I've just enjoyed listening to their music over the years. And we have a treat today because we have Grammy winner and the man known for his unmistakably low harmony, bass singer for the Oak Ridge Boys, Richard Sturban, joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk. And Richard, I've been looking forward to this interview since we were able to book it. How you doing today?
Well, Amanda, I am doing just fine. I hope you're doing the same. And I have to tell you, I'm looking forward to talking to you and all your fine listeners and viewers out there.
Yeah, you know, I think it's going to be a great show. Of course, I know a lot of your hits, Elvira. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. What can people expect at the upcoming show in August?
It is the Front Porch Singing Tour. And you mentioned Elvira. That's the first thing that you can definitely count on. When we come to town, you are going to hear me personally do Giddy Up, Papa, Mau. That is the law. The Oak Ridge Boys will do Elvira. We're going to do all the hits that you expect to hear. We're going to do Thank God for Kids, our first hit ever, Y'all Come Back Saloon, American Made, the songs that you expect to hear from the Oak Ridge Boys. We're calling our tour the Front Porch Singing Tour. And so for a while, we will turn our stage into, or at least attempt to turn our stage into a front porch where we'll do some of these front porch singing songs. The album was produced by Dave Cobb, who's one of the hottest guys in Nashville. He was able to capture that feeling of four guys just gathering on the front porch, just singing in a very informal way. And we will do that for a while. We're also patriotic guys. We'll honor our country, our troops, and our veterans. But just in general, it's going to be a great night of good country music and good family entertainment. I can speak for all the Oak Ridge Boys, and I can tell you, we're looking forward to the 13th. We're looking forward to coming your way. We are going to do our best to make it a great night, and we want to encourage as many people as possible. Come on out, spend some time with the Oak Ridge Boys. Let's celebrate together and have a great time.
It sounds like it's going to be a great show, and like you said, it's going to be a family show. I love the four-part harmonies. I love any music that, true vocalists that are able to go out there on stage. It's going to be energetic, and I know that, y'all have been around for a long time. I think y'all got together maybe in the late 40s, I believe. Tell people a little bit about your background, like how you really fell into your love for music. I always like to hear these kind of stories about how people's careers have kind of evolved and how they got into what they're doing.
Well, the Oak Ridge Boys have a very fascinating history. I don't think there's an act that walks on stage bringing more history with them than the Oak Ridge Boys. And our group dates back to the Second World War. Believe it or not, during the Second World War, there was a group known as the Georgia Clodhoppers. That's a fact. And they would actually go to Oak Ridge, Tennessee. They would entertain the people there and the kids there that of the families, because they could not leave for security reasons, because what they were doing was top security stuff, top secret stuff. They were working on the development of the atomic bomb. It was called the Manhattan Project. As a result of going to Oak Ridge all the time, they changed their name from the Georgia Clodhoppers, which I think needed to be changed, to the Oak Ridge Quartet. And that group sang, through the 1950s, after the war, became regulars on the Friday night Grand Ole Opry here at the old Ryman Auditorium. Then the members of the group decided to retire. Younger guys took the group over and then changed the name from Oak Ridge Quartet to Oak Ridge Boys, which is the name that we retained at this present day. William Lee Golden, who's the guy in our group, the most recognizable character in the group with the long beard. He joined in 1965. Dwayne Allen, our lead singer, came in 1966. I joined the group in 1972. I was singing with a group called J.D. Sumner and the Stamps Quartet, actually singing with Elvis back in those days. I left Elvis, joined the Oak Ridge Boys in 1972. Then 1 year later, Joe Bonzo joined in 1973. So we've been together now like this for 50 years, and we've been very fortunate, very blessed. So many great things have happened to us over the last 50 years, and it's just an honor to be able to have a great career like we've had. And the most important thing is we're not done yet. We do not plan to, we're kids, not kids any longer, as you know, but we still plan to try to do this as long as possible. We do not plan to retire, maybe slow down a little bit, but we plan to continue doing this because it's truly what we love doing.
And as you mentioned, I know on your resume, singing alongside Elvis. Well, obviously, we love Elvis here in Memphis. And I know that Elvis had a background when it came to gospel music, and so does this group and you. Can you tell me kind of how that relationship formed?
Well, you know, I got to know Elvis just a little bit when I sang with him. I was singing in a group, as I said, J.D. Sumner and the Stamps Quartet. And I got to know Elvis. I have some great memories of the times that I spent with Elvis. And one of the things that I remember about Elvis is that even though he was the king of rock and roll, he loved gospel music. And one of his favorite things to do was, when we were touring, is to try to find a piano somewhere. And he would expect all of us to gather around the piano, and we'd sing gospel quartet songs together. He loved it, and he loved the spirituals especially, and we would do that. And like I say, it's probably my fondest memories of the time that I spent with Elvis. And I never dreamed back when I was singing with him that someday I would end up in the Gospel Music Hall of Fame together with Elvis. But not just the Gospel Music Hall of Fame, but also the Country Music Hall of Fame, which is a special, tremendous honor that we've been able to experience. You know, if you go into the Rotunda here in Nashville and you go into the Country Music Hall of Fame, you'll see the four faces of the Oak Ridge Boys in bronze on the wall. You look around the room, you'll see Elvis's face on the wall in bronze. You'll see Johnny Cash, Dolly Parton, Kenny Rogers. That list goes on and on and on. And for the Oak Ridge Boys to be a part of that family is probably the highest honor that you can experience. But, you know, singing gospel music with Elvis was something that was very special to me, and it's a memory that I'll never forget.
Oh, for sure. And like you said, seeing where your career really has taken you, I know it's probably just an outer body experience to kind of see. I mean, just the legacy that y'all have. I mean, incredible. I mean, everyone knows the Oak Ridge Boys. And I'm excited about the show. Again, I want to reiterate that show coming up on August 13th at the Heindel Center for Performing Arts. And anything you want to make sure to mention to those looking to come out to the show?
Well, let me speak for all the Oak Ridge Boys and tell you, we are looking forward to coming your way. We plan to have a great time. We're going to do our best to make it a great night. I already told you what you kind of expect. All the hits from the Oak Ridge Boys. You'll hear me do Giddy Up, Papa, Mile Mile, songs from Front Porch Singing. We're patriotic guys. We'll honor our veterans, but just a great night of good country music and family entertainment. That is really what the Oak Ridge Boys are all about.
Well, Richard, I really appreciate you taking time out of your day. I know that you are busy, but I appreciate you coming on here, talking to us and sharing more about this upcoming show. I know that our viewers are really going to look forward to it, and I'm sure they'll go get tickets. I know that they can go to oakridgeboys.com/tour, and they can purchase tickets there. But we appreciate you so much for coming on the Digital Desk.
Well, thank you, Amanda. Thank you for promoting the fact that the Oak Ridge Boys are coming your way. When you do that, you help us, and we appreciate it. So thank you very, very much.
Glad to do it. I know it's going to be a great show.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 digital properties and digital channel 5.5. Let's get you out the door here today on this first day of school for a lot of folks across the Mid-South. We are tracking a potential for some showers and storms to sneak in here. Now, it will not be an all-day situation, but there will be an uptick in scattered showers and storms through the middle and latter portion of this morning as a frontal boundary makes progress across the area. That front will usher in some slightly drier air for a brief moment in time here as we head through the next 24 24 hours. But really and truly, this pattern is just extremely messy the next couple of days. So while we'll get these opportunities for some showers and storms, an isolated strong or severe thunderstorm can't be ruled out. Gusty winds and hail, the primary issue here. We will translate back into a mixture of clouds and sunshine for the afternoon hours, and temperatures making a run back towards the middle to a few upper 80s. Moisture tracker showing that moisture plume, which is pretty thick, not as thick as it was a couple of days ago, but still thick enough that it's going to yield us some opportunities for rain and storms as the front works its way down towards the south. That front gets lodged just south of the Mid-South, but could still yield us some opportunities for some showers and storms early tomorrow morning, mainly in North Mississippi and East Central Arkansas. Of course, the deeper moisture will be across portions of southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and back over into central Mississippi and stretching over into the Arklatex. This is going to eventually come back northward as we head into your Wednesday, as a warm front drapes itself across the area. And not only that, several waves of showers and thunderstorms will likely come along with this as a new system comes out of the plain states. Here's a look at the first system, that obviously bringing a cold front into the area here today, kicking off a few shower and storm opportunities. Big storm potential today across the mid-Atlantic states, the potential for damaging winds, large hail, a few tornadoes, not out of the realm of possibility, stretching all the way from the Carolinas through Virginia, through D.C., back up into Pennsylvania and into New Jersey as well. Again, a very active day there. Back down to the south, this is a look ahead to tomorrow morning. Showers and thunderstorms becoming more prevalent across portions of Mississippi, back into southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and through the Arklatex and over into Oklahoma. We will stay mostly dry, though we'll get blow-off clouds, so keep us a little cooler for tomorrow, and drier air also moving into play as we head through that time frame. Next system lines up right behind the first one, so guess what? This one brings us a wave of showers and storms on Wednesday, but it could be a couple of waves of storms. Several little disturbances coming down the pipeline. First wave late morning, early afternoon. Next wave afternoon and evening. Next wave overnight, Wednesday into early Thursday, before it shifts out of the area and should be in an improving state heading into Thursday across the area. Here's a look at the futurecast. And again, this morning got the showers and thunderstorms dropping down towards the south and east, so by lunchtime should be passing past the 240, 269 corridors, heading into North Mississippi. And again, an isolated strong or severe thunderstorm can't be ruled out during this time frame. We'll rebound back through the 80s for the afternoon hours of your Monday, with clouds becoming a little bit more sparse by the time we head into the late afternoon, early evening hours. So we'll see some sunshine during the afternoon hours, but maybe a little too late on trying to get the temperatures to really climb too far up. So that's good news. That'll keep the temperatures at bay, but we do have a chance for some storms here this morning into the early afternoon hours. Look at what happens tomorrow morning. Another wave of storms right along that boundary, as I mentioned, down across North Mississippi, back over into southern Arkansas. Places like Dyer County, Crockett County, back over into Lauderdale, Haywood County, Mississippi County. Probably stay mostly dry. You might catch a quick shower, but I think for the vast majority of us, we'll probably stay dry heading into your Tuesday, with the exception of our North Mississippi communities and East Central Arkansas as well. We'll catch a shower possibly through midday in the metro area and then clearing out yet again. So morning clouds, some sunshine breaks by the end of the day. Highs back in the middle 80s for your Tuesday. Here comes our warm front draping itself across the Mid-South heading into your Wednesday. So we start off with 70s, and look what happens. First wave of storms moves in here late morning, early afternoon. Strong gusty wind potential moving through the area. That's wave number one. Wave number two comes in afternoon and early evening hours. That may shift just past the northern sections of the Action News 5 coverage area. The next wave will come in during the evening and overnight period of Wednesday into Thursday, all the while featuring a chance for some strong and severe storms. The SPC already outlining much of our area underneath a slight level 2 out of 5 risk, but I would not be surprised if we do have parts of the area that go underneath a level 3 risk heading into Wednesday. Again, this is more dynamic than a traditional summertime variety storm system. This is what we're having to contend with. You know, in an El Nino year, which we are now in an El Nino pattern, you have more systems that just come along, and they have a little bit more in the way of storm dynamics to contend with sometimes. Usually in La Nina years, they're stronger latitude, longitudinal systems, but they are also less frequent, so you don't have as many, but they're more potent. in an El Nino situation, you have more systems to contend with, but sometimes they tend to be a bit weaker. But these seem to have a lot of vigor with them, and we've seen that the last couple of weeks. Highs in the 80s, overnights in the 70s. Again, we've got some scattered showers and storms here today. Not an all-day rain. First part of the day is quiet, but again, mid-morning, early afternoon, that's when your best rain chances will be. Then clearing out for the afternoon and evening commute. Best rain chances tomorrow in North Mississippi. Wednesday will be several waves of storms. Most folks will probably get wet at some point in time going into Wednesday night into early Thursday. We'll clear things out. Should be fairly quiet for Friday. Another wave of scattered showers and storms on the way for Saturday. So again, an active period of time. Not any one day is a complete washout, but there will be periods of time where showers and storms may be more prevalent than other times. Just be prepared. Keep an umbrella nearby. And of course, we'll enjoy some lower temperatures from time to time, but also you notice the humidity staying elevated during this time as well, so we don't get really a big break on that.
Back to school time is so much fun. It can be an exciting time for so many people. In the next few weeks, we're all going to be having all the kids back in class in some form or fashion, whether it's elementary school, middle school, high school, college. Everyone's going to be back. The problem is when it's not fun and when it's not enjoyable, it can lead to anxious moments, perhaps times of depression and that sort of thing. And so there are 7 tips out there to prepare your child mentally for going back to school. Let's bring in Ashley Mills. Ashley has recently penned a piece on 7 tips to prepare your child mentally for back to school, and he is joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. I appreciate you joining us and taking a few minutes. Ashley, tell me, if out of those 7 tips, which one is the most important, do you think?
Honestly, I think they're all fairly important. A couple of things that I really look at is looking at the first day of school for a youth or a child not being the first time they actually see the school. Many of our children transition from middle school to high school or elementary to middle school, or some of our kids even start a brand new school. And that's a very difficult transition for a young person. Transitions inherently are hard for kids. But realizing that, one of the best things that we can do is take the opportunity of the open houses or the opportunity of the week before school or a few days before school to really get an opportunity to go and meet with the teacher, meet with the school, see the layout of the grounds and where the bathrooms are and where the lunchroom is and where your next class will be, so that when the kids come to school, they're not lost for that first day.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. In fact, I'm looking at some of your 7 tips, and we can go through them. But, just the whole idea of, having a routine before the first day of school, expectations, that sort of thing. Take us through some of them, because I'd like to talk about a few.
Yeah, certainly. The routine piece is really key for a lot of our children and young teenagers. We've spent an entire summer where we've slept late, we've gone to bed late, and now we're trying to get back in the routine of 6 o'clock in the morning becomes a normal wake-up time. And I don't know about you, but my brain doesn't function well at 6 o'clock in the morning. And so now we're asking kids to get back into a routine of where you have to get up and eat and get ready for school and rush off to school and be ready to go. And so making sure that you're back into a routine of normal bedtime and getting the rest that you need. The other piece that you had mentioned was just looking at the academic side of it and remembering where some of the strengths were from the previous year and maybe even some of the areas that you struggled. And having the parents be able to reach out to the teacher and create that line of communication back and forth between themselves and the teacher, because learning is not just on the shoulders of the child. It really becomes a role of the parent that they have to take on to ensure the success of their child.
I like that. I also see on one of the lists, the school supplies that they need for class, and then, where they're going to school, as you mentioned, having that transition perhaps from elementary to middle or middle to high school, that sort of thing, can be, an unfamiliar thing, can add to that anxiety. And then, having that dialogue with not only the student, but also having the dialogue with the teachers. That's so important. And you see that in some school districts, and some you wish those school districts had more of that parental involvement, right?
You really do. And although I would love to say that it's the responsibility of the school to set that time and to really create that opportunity for the dialogue between the parent and the teacher, I really think that we as clinicians and we as parents really take the opportunity to be an active learner with our child. It's difficult because of work schedules and time availability. And once the school season starts, it's hard for a teacher to have that break period that might be equal to that of the parent. But it's so important for the parent to understand that it's their role as well to be an active participant in their child's learning.
At what point, Ashley, do you see kids having maybe the most anxiety? Is it elementary to middle? Is it middle to high school? Is it maybe some other time?
You know, I think the anxiety just displays itself differently. For your elementary kids looking at that kindergartner or the pre-K kid going to school for the first time, they're finally going to get to have new friends and new social interactions. But that's also a very scary time because there's new adults in their life and there's unknowns. And then you get to middle school and or earlier elementary and then move into middle school where classes begin to change. And am I going to make it to the right class? And the other piece, unfortunately, that comes with school is some of the social media presence. As our kids go into the middle school age, they are going in not only really trying to find themselves academically, but also socially. And social media has made it so much more difficult for our children to adapt and not live in a bit of fear of what's being said about them or trying to keep up with the next person of what they're doing. And then as you get into high school, certainly you've got the pressures of social media, but you also have the pressures of, I've got to do well because college is coming. And so I think that to say that one's more difficult than the other probably is not what I would consider to be a fair statement, but I do think it's an understandable statement of each person going in experiences that same threat or that same feeling of anxiety and fear. They just express it or feel it in a different way and express it in a different way.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And gosh, you're 100% right on the social media aspects. I just dropped off our youngest in college, and I can remember our oldest. So I have a son and daughter, and she went on and on about social media. I remember picking her up in middle school, and she would just be in tears. And I was like, "Did you have a bad day?" She goes, "No, I didn't have a bad day, but social media is so mean." So yeah, it's certainly too prevalent, I think, when it comes to middle schoolers, and kids can be really mean, as you know, I'm sure. What else? Anything else we can touch on that you feel's important that maybe parents, students can talk about before that first day of school?
Yeah, one of the things that's really important is for a parent to sit down with their kid and just ask them, what are you concerned about going into this year? What are you excited about going into this year? Really trying to build school up as this exciting moment for them and an opportunity for them to grow emotionally, educationally. But again, I go back to the piece of the parent and taking that active role with the youth and really helping them feel comfortable and get excited and know that they're supported when school actually starts back.
Where can people, Ashley, see and read your 7 tips to prepare your child mentally for back to school? Is there a place online?
Yeah, we have it posted on the Youth Villages website. I know that they're working on getting that pushed in today, and so if you want to just go to youthvillages.org, the link to that website is there. There's been a couple of other outlets that have run the document as well. So there's a couple of places that you can access the resource, but certainly on the youthvillages.org website would be a great opportunity for you to be able to read that.
Fantastic. All right, Ashley Mills with Youth Villages. 7 tips to prepare your child mentally for back to school. Check out his article there at youthvillages.org. And Ashley, please feel free to come back to the digital desk anytime. Thanks so much for that valuable information. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
what are some of the things you think about when you think of back to school? You think of classrooms, you think of school safety, and you also think about backpacks and school supplies. And that's where things can get a little bit dicey because the weight of backpacks, you remember the weight of backpacks when you were a child? It can get pretty heavy and overwhelming. And so we want to talk about what is the proper weight, what should kids have in those backpacks. I'm joined now by Dr. Keith Orland of Campbell Clinic. He's here to kind of discuss what's being called backpack awareness. Dr. Orland, thanks for joining us. When it comes to books, backpacks, walking for students, what are the main things to keep in mind when supplying them with a backpack? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me. I appreciate being a part of this. Great question. It's crazy to think about kids are getting back to school and putting backpacks on now, but after an enjoyable summer. Backpack safety is a real issue for kids as backpacks are getting heavier, filled with computers and tablets in addition to books. And so what we recommend for people that take care of kids' backs and spine conditions is we really shoot for your backpack being no more than about 15% of how much your child weighs. So for easy math, if your kid is 100 pounds, their backpack should not be more than 15 pounds, or else they're probably causing undue strain on their muscles and particularly around their neck and their back. So we shoot for 15% in your backpack at any given time, which is why we recommend routine use of lockers if you have access to a locker. And then good backpack awareness. Wearing both straps at the same time helps balance and distribute the weight appropriately to not cause any unnecessary strain on one side of the back or one side of the neck to the other. If you have a chest strap that comes across the chest, that helps evenly distribute the weight as well. And then even better than a chest strap is that some backpacks come with a hip strap that can go just above your hip bones, and those can really help offload your back and help put the backpack weight more on your hips than on your back. So those are the main things. The other things is just having good use of compartments. Compartmentalizing your objects so that they're distributed evenly in weight. Those are the big things for me when I talk about backpack use with families.
Yeah, so I'm curious because I know the ideal situation is to have them, over both shoulders, maybe have the waist belt and maybe a chest belt. But kids in middle school and high school aren't going to do that. If other kids will ridicule them and maybe they want to be cool, they want to look the part, and so a lot of times. I guess parents are just faced with what is my kid going to have in the backpack? And I would think that backpacks nowadays are a little bit lighter because, back when you and I were in school, we had all those textbooks in there. But now, kids have tablets, they have laptops. And so you would think that would make the backpack lighter because not all those textbooks are in there. What are you seeing as some of the bigger problems other than the weight of backpacks? Is that kind of what we're seeing, is just like the backpacks are indeed less weight, and so now it's just a matter of how you wear the backpack?
I think it's variable because even though they don't have textbooks, kids are carrying their binders, they're getting their daily education plans. Their backpacks are still pretty impressively heavy, even in 2023 compared to when I was in school back in the 90s. And so I still think backpack weight is an issue, but more importantly, really, is if you wear a backpack appropriately and you balance the weight and you distribute it well, that will set your child up for having less potential issues of straining a muscle in their neck, straining a muscle in the back. It will help encourage good posture when they're carrying their backpack.
Scoliosis is often detected in a patient's youth, and there are some warning signs that parents should be aware of when it comes to, their kids getting ready for school, wearing backpacks. Are there some warning signs that you can talk about this morning?
That's a great question, and the first thing I want to address is that misconception that backpacks or wearing a backpack incorrectly could cause scoliosis. There's no association to backpack use or wearing a backpack and causing scoliosis. It develops from other reasons. The big warning signs, yeah, you're right. It does usually show up in children around the ages of 10 to 13, 14 years age. And the things to look out for is just as you're putting your backpack on your kid is make sure that their shoulders look even, that one shoulder's not higher than the other. Make sure that it doesn't look like they're leaning off to one side, to the left or to the right, and look at their hips. Make sure that their hips look like they're at the same level. Those are the easy telltale signs to see if there's maybe scoliosis happening in your child as they're going through their growth spurt is really what we see. That's what school screenings are for. That's what pediatrician checkups are for, and that's what I see routinely in the office, or families coming in to get checked for potential scoliosis because they notice one shoulder is higher than the other, or their hips don't stand at the same level anymore when they used to. So those are the big sort of warning signs that I think parents can key in on to get early intervention to if potential scoliosis is there.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that backpacks aren't contributing to that aspect and that disorder. Is there something that backpacks can contribute to? If so, what is it, and how do we prevent it?
Yeah, I think what I see most commonly is back pain, and particularly middle of the back muscle strain and neck straining. And then it also secondarily to that is it affects your posture. We spend a lot of time, like we're saying now, everything's on a laptop or a tablet, and particularly for kids, we're hunched over, we're rounding our shoulders. That induces rounding of our back, which doesn't put our muscles in a favorable position. And then you compound that with wearing your backpack. And so more often than not, what I'm seeing is muscle strain and this chronic back pain that comes and goes, but is bothersome to children throughout the day. It interferes with their ability to do their after school activities, which is troublesome to parents. And so that's where I think backpacks are really causing a problem is in more of the muscles and just inhibiting kids from feeling like their normal self because they're getting muscle strains and neck pain because of it.
If someone wants to get in touch with Campbell Clinic, they feel their child maybe needs some treatment there, what's the best way to do that?
Yeah, we are always open. We've got easy access on our website, campbellclinic.com. Our phone number is 901-759-3111. There's access. We have after hours clinics if you ever wanted to walk in and be seen urgently. We're very accessible and always available to help.
Okay, Dr. Keith Orland, Campbell Clinic, we really appreciate the deep dive on backpack awareness and safety as school begins for tens of thousands of Mid-South students. Appreciate the time this morning. Thank you.
Thanks so much for having me. Have a good day.
I want to go now to an interview that we have set up here with the managing partner and majority owner of Elvis Presley Enterprises. Joel Weinshaker is joining us now to talk about Elvis Week that's coming up in just a few days. Joel, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well. Hopefully everyone's safe getting through that storm.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a lot of stuff that we're monitoring right now, but certainly nothing too crazy or too severe right now. Just a lot of rain and a little bit of wind. But, Elvis Week is something that is so big and so much of a tradition here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Thousands from all over the country, all over the world come to Graceland. And this year does not expect to disappoint at all. Tell us some of the highlights about this year's Elvis Week.
It's really, if you think about it, it's really to remember and appreciate Elvis. And people do. Tens of thousands of people come in from all over the world. And, if you think about how important that is even to Memphis tourism, because August is, kids are going back to school and it's a little bit of a decline. But it's just so important. And even more so because, if you think about it, this year we're not only remembering Elvis, we're remembering Lisa.
No question about it.
And you know,
go ahead.
It's gonna be memorable. It's gonna be really interesting. We have guests that have never appeared before. Linda Thompson, who was, you know, very important to Elvis over a number of years. Jerry Schilling will be here. We're doing a conversations with for Lisa. And one of the things I'll share with you all, if you promise not to tell anybody yet, because we're not going to do anything. We're not going to tell anybody about it till next week. You know, Elvis was really big into giving back. And he used to have yearly, he used to give $1,000 each to 50 Memphis charities. And obviously there's been a little bit of inflation since. And when Elvis passed away, I asked everyone to not bring flowers, to not do anything, but to actually donate money to the Elvis Presley Foundation. And we're going to announce next week that the first part of those donations, we're going to donate $5,000 each to 20 worthy Memphis charities. And that's going to be the first batch of the donations, by far not the last. And it's really important because it was really important to Elvis. It's really important to our community in Whitehaven, to Memphis, and to Shelby County.
That's fantastic news, and that's certainly going to brighten a lot of charities and local organizations' day when that announcement is made. Do you know when that announcement's going to be made? That's exciting.
Yeah, you all are the first people hearing about this. I actually had to call Jack, who's Jack is the president at Graceland, and he's been there forever and ever, just to make sure, if I do this, can we actually make sure we put it together in time? So we're going to be announcing it on the 15th in Lisa's conversation, which will really be just, you're going to see amazing footage, things that you've never seen before with Lisa. There's going to be a number of announcements, but we're going to be listing the 20. And I'm sure my phone's going to start ringing after this interview starts airing, but it's going to be the first. So this isn't the only donations we're making this year. We're also going to do a really nice and special Christmas round of donations, but it's going to be the first of many.
Let's talk about, you mentioned off the top, this is not only Elvis Week and certainly remembering Elvis, but also Lisa Marie. Tell me how different some of the programs are and the plans this year.
You know, it's similar and it's different. It's going to be different because, you know, Elvis chose, you know, very succinctly to leave everything to Lisa. It wasn't by accident. It wasn't by happenstance. I think somehow he knew that Lisa would be the one to carry his torch to really do the things that Elvis wanted to do. And, you know, she had said to me many times that the best years of her life by far were those years she spent in Memphis with her dad. So there's going to be, you know, Lisa's going to be sprinkled throughout. Her voice is very important. What we're going to be doing over the next 5 or 10 years at Graceland, you know, we built the largest hotel, you know, 6 or 7 years ago that had been built in Memphis in almost 100 years. We added tens of millions of dollars in taxes that go to the city, county, you know, in terms of more people coming to Graceland, spending more time, doing more things at Graceland. And, you know, to honor Lisa, to honor Elvis, we're going to be doing a lot more things. There's going to be some really great television specials. There's going to be some really great movies coming out in the future that the estate is involved in. So it's about, you know, Elvis is forever. You know, he is one of those people who lasts beyond generation after generation. When you come to Graceland, you know, the largest group of people aren't in their 60s or 70s. They're in their 20s and 30s because he was that important. And when you saw the great Baz Luhrmann movie, you were reminded by that. But it's going to be sprinkled throughout. But what you're going to see is the positivity. You know, we're past COVID. We're past all of these restrictions. We're living our lives again. And Elvis really defined what it meant to live an American life, to live, you know, to live with those opportunities. We're in a land of opportunity. We try to give opportunities to people. And what you're going to see is a resilience, is people coming back and saying, you know, we deserve to be happy. We deserve to do fun things.
All kinds of music, various discussions, listening events, concerts, different things that are happening over several days here. It begins on Wednesday, and some great names that are going to be a part of this event. Can you talk about some of the names and you know, how people can get involved?
You know, it's obvious. Listen, Jerry Schilling is always at the top of my list. He was Elvis's best friend. He was the person who really, you know, really made sure that Elvis was taken care of even after he died. He did everything that he could. And he still does to this day. And there aren't many people who are in Elvis's lives today who really think about Elvis first. Linda Thompson, who is really important. And when you come through Graceland, the last renovation that was actually done, obviously we didn't change anything before Elvis's death, was Linda. She actually, and she's doing a small private tour one night to talk about that. Unfortunately, it sold out as soon as it went on. But there are, dozens of people in Elvis's lives who are going to be there. They are something for everything, regardless of what portion of Elvis's life. If you like, the people who sing like Elvis, if you like to watch films that you've never seen before, all of these things last for a week. There are things for everybody. If you check out the schedule on Graceland.com, there's something for everybody. And it's really just a time to remember and to appreciate who Elvis was and what he has spawned, what he has done for America, what America became because of Elvis.
You got Dennis Quaid, Lee Majors, Jay Osmond, John Schneider, Pam Tillis, Darlene Love. Looks like an amazing schedule from August 9th through the 17th. Anything else we can mention, Joel, that we haven't mentioned you feel is important that you'd let our viewers know?
No, it just really, we do this, as illogical as it seems to people in Memphis, this isn't about earning a lot of money that we do this. We do this for Elvis, but we also understand the importance of what this does in August for Memphis. It's really about bringing people from all over the world who aren't spending a few hours, which is what they used to do at Graceland on their way to Orlando or wherever they were going, but actually get them to spend several days and really discover Memphis. So it's about Graceland, but it's also about Memphis.
Okay, and if anyone wants to check out some of the events and some of the spectacles happening between August 9th and August 17th, you can go to Graceland.com. Joel Weinshanker, really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much. Good luck on this year's Elvis Week.
Great. Thank you all.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com as well as the Action News 5 digital properties and digital channel 5.5. Let's get you out the door here today on this first day of school for a lot of folks across the Mid-South. We are tracking a potential for some showers and storms to sneak in here. Now, it will not be an all-day situation, but there will be an uptick in scattered showers and storms through the middle and latter portion of this morning as a frontal boundary makes progress across the area. That front will usher in some slightly drier air for a brief moment in time here as we head through the next 24 hours. But really and truly, this pattern is just extremely messy the next couple of days. So while we'll get these opportunities for some showers and storms, an isolated strong or severe thunderstorm can't be ruled out. Gusty winds and hail, the primary issue here. We will translate back into a mixture of clouds and sunshine for the afternoon hours, and temperatures making a run back towards the middle to a few upper 80s. Moisture tracker showing that moisture plume, which is pretty thick, not as thick as it was a couple of days ago, but still thick enough that it's going to yield us some opportunities for rain and storms as the front works its way down towards the south. That front gets lodged just south of the Mid-South, but could still yield us some opportunities for some showers and storms early tomorrow morning, mainly in North Mississippi and East Central Arkansas. Of course, the deeper moisture will be across portions of southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and back over into central Mississippi and stretching over into the Arklatex. This is going to eventually come back northward as we head into your Wednesday as a warm front drapes itself across the area. And not only that, several waves of showers and thunderstorms will likely come along with this as a new system comes out of the plain states. Here's a look at the first system, that obviously bringing a cold front into the area here today, kicking off a few shower and storm opportunities. Big storm potential today across the mid-Atlantic states, the potential for damaging winds, large hail, a few tornadoes, not out of the realm of possibility, stretching all the way from the Carolinas through Virginia, through D.C., back up into Pennsylvania and into New Jersey as well. Again, a very active day there. Back down to the south, this is a look ahead to tomorrow morning. Showers and thunderstorms becoming more prevalent across portions of Mississippi, back into southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and through the Arklatex and over into Oklahoma. We will stay mostly dry, though we'll get blow-off clouds, so keep us a little cooler for tomorrow, and drier air also moving into play as we head through that time frame. Next system, line lines up right behind the first one. So guess what? This one brings us a wave of showers and storms on Wednesday, but it could be a couple of waves of storms. Several little disturbances coming down the pipeline. First wave late morning, early afternoon. Next wave afternoon and evening. Next wave overnight, Wednesday into early Thursday before it shifts out of the area and should be in an improving state heading into Thursday across the area. Here's a look at the futurecast. And again, this morning got the showers and thunderstorms dropping down towards the south and east. So by lunchtime should be passing past the 240, 269 corridors, heading into North Mississippi. And again, an isolated strong or severe thunderstorm can't be ruled out during this time frame. We'll rebound back through the 80s for the afternoon hours of your Monday, with clouds becoming a little bit more sparse by the time we head into the late afternoon, early evening hours. So we'll see some sunshine during the afternoon hours, but maybe a little too late on trying to get the temperatures to really climb too far up. So that's good news. That'll keep the temperatures at bay, but we do have a chance for some storms here this morning into the early afternoon hours. Look at what happens tomorrow morning. Another wave of storms right along that boundary, as I mentioned, down across North Mississippi, back over into southern Arkansas. Places like Dyer County, Crockett County, back over into Lauderdale, Haywood County, Mississippi County. Probably stay mostly dry. You might catch a quick shower, but I think for the vast majority of us, we'll probably stay dry heading into your Tuesday, with the exception of our North Mississippi communities and East Central Arkansas as well. We'll catch a shower possibly through midday in the metro area and then clearing out yet again. So morning clouds, some sunshine breaks by the end of the day. Highs back in the middle 80s for your Tuesday. Here comes our warm front draping itself across the Mid-South heading into your Wednesday. So we start off with 70s, and look what happens. First wave of storms moves in here late morning, early afternoon. Strong gusty wind potential moving through the area. That's wave number one. Wave number two comes in afternoon and early evening hours. That may shift just past the northern sections of the Action News 5 coverage area. The next wave will come in during the evening and overnight period of Wednesday into Thursday, all the while featuring a chance for some strong and severe storms. The SPC already outlining much of our area underneath a slight level 2 out of 5 risk, but I would not be surprised if we do have parts of the area that go underneath a level 3 risk heading into Wednesday. Again, this is more dynamic than a traditional summertime variety storm system. This is what we're having to contend with. You know, in an El Nino year, which we are now in an El Nino pattern, you have more systems that just come along, and they have a little bit more in the way of storm dynamics to contend with sometimes. Usually in La Nina years, they're stronger latitude, longitudinal systems, but they are also less frequent. So you don't have as many, but they're more potent. In an El Nino situation, you have more systems to contend with, but sometimes they tend to be a bit weaker. But these seem to have a lot of vigor with them, and we've seen that the last couple of weeks. Highs in the 80s, overnights in the 70s. Again, we've got some scattered showers and storms here today. Not an all-day rain. First part of the day is quiet, but again, mid-morning, early afternoon, that's when your best rain chances will be, then clearing out for the afternoon and evening commute. Best rain chances tomorrow in North Mississippi. Wednesday will be several waves of storms. Most folks will probably get wet at some point in time going into Wednesday night into early Thursday. We'll clear things out. Should be fairly quiet for Friday. Another wave of scattered showers and storms on the way for Saturday. So again, an active period of time. Not any one day is a complete washout, but there will be periods of time where showers and storms may be more prevalent than other times. Just be prepared. Keep an umbrella nearby. And of course, we'll enjoy some lower temperatures from time to time, but also you notice the humidity staying elevated during this time as well, so we don't get really a big break on that.
What's going on? It's Amanda Hanson back here at the Action News 5 Digital Desk. You know, we've been talking a lot about back to school. Memphis Shelby County Schools heading back to the classroom today. But let's head over to Arkansas, because the Arkansas Learns Act has new standards and requirements for school teachers and students that are heading back to the classroom. So we talked to some school leaders in Lawrence County, Arkansas. They say they need some more information on aspects of the law which will improve teacher pay and also allow school public money to be spent on private schools. A high school principal says the Learns Act brings more compensation to teachers, and of course, they
make that political in some ways. A lot of people do, but the way I see it is that under our old system, they would have never made what they're making right now. I know they want to see potential for pay raises down the road, but we got to wait and see.
But let's talk about some credit cards now. You know, often we keep credit cards for years because the longer that you have the same credit card, the better it helps your credit score. But experts were talking to our consumer investigator, Rachel DePompa, saying maybe you should shop around a little bit more, find the right card that fits with your lifestyle. And we're talking about it in this consumer report.
When is the last time you took a closer look at the terms on your credit card? Most of us never give it a second thought. But Michael Joyce with the financial firm Agili says you should take the time to look at some of the new credit card offers out there.
You should really check on things that are important, like how much would a credit card charge? And it's not necessarily that a no annual fee card is going to be better than an annual fee card. You want to check on the terms on which they approve you.
He says you also want to check on your credit card rewards points system. Are you earning as much as you can? Are you getting the right rewards for your lifestyle? Should you have an Amazon card because you shop there the most? Do you need a card more focused on travel?
But then don't go crazy in terms of applying for new credit cards. Just you can look at what they're offering on their website. You can talk to them and compare what might be best for you.
He says don't apply for a bunch of cards at once because that can also hurt your credit score. But Joyce says you can research the different offers to see if there's a better deal for you. With This Watch in Your Wallet, I'm Rachel DePompa.
Some really good advice there, always from Rachel DePompa. Now, I want to talk a little bit. Midday's coming up at the top of the hour, and we have several things that we're following. One of them involves a Mississippi candidate for House of Representatives. Apparently, over the weekend, several people came and shot into her home. We have the surveillance video, wild surveillance video we're going to show you coming up at the top of the hour on midday. Also, a big thing since we've been talking about back to school teacher shortages. Memphis Shelby County Schools is short. They still have hundreds of teachers positions to fill. So we're going to talk about some of the things that they're doing, hopefully to be able to combat that problem. So we'll have that also on midday. And of course, we've been talking about the weather. I know we've been dealing with these storms all morning long, packing some very strong winds. You can see these dark clouds from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. So we're going to be checking in with our meteorology team. They're going to have more on what you can expect heading into the rest of your day. For now, we're going to wrap here on the Action News 5 digital desk. Don't forget, we start bright and early tomorrow at 7 a.m. Come join us.